Pacific today. It's currently 10:24. September starts, which may be interesting. May also be very underwhelming. I don't totally know. That being said, let's dive in, shall we? So yesterday we got started on this. Where'd all that vomit come from? I thought I was cleaning that up. Anyway, yesterday we got started on this down here. The last thing we did was we made some things for my king. But the thing that we got started on is this. This is our screw pumps. I'm not sure how we're gonna power this yet. I haven't fully figured it out. But we've got a pump stack that is going up and 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 up. And we're already like a third of the way up because building pump stacks is actually a really quick thing to get done. I'm just gonna go throw some more blocks in here. It's just gonna be, a matter of sneezing uncontrollably. It's just going to be a matter of, just time and getting it done cleanly. Also, investments are open. If anybody would like to invest their tickets. So, getting a few more things built in. And if I go up to here, we can extend this a little bit. So a pump takes stuff from below and raises it up and puts it behind it, right? Then you can put a pump on top of a pump, and then a pump from over here will pick it up from here, take it over top, raise it up one level, and move it behind it again. So they go up and over, essentially. So you can go up, over, up, over, up, over, up, over, up, over. And then if you power them all in a stack, if you stack them correctly, which is what I'm doing, then they will transfer power from one to another, and just instead of just moving the power up or the liquid up and over, they will also move the power up and over. So you can power them all at once with one power setup, and then you have a whole bunch of pumps all at once, and then you just power the top one, and then they just pump lava up. It's pretty simple. And then it falls back down and fills the glass tube. Yes. So if I were to start pumping stuff into the bottom of the glass tube, it wouldn't fill up, unfortunately, because that's not how the physics are. So I need to dump it into the top to fill it up. Well, dwarves can pump things manually. There is no, caged giants option. Dwarves can pump things manually, or we can use water, or we can use wind. With water, there's several different ways of making self-contained power generation, where you pump up behind it and back underneath it. But those are pretty limited in the amount of power you can actually generate. So we're just gonna use the river probably, because we have this pretty convenient creek up at the top, which I think is going to be very helpful for us. So we're just going to use that. We're also going to let Jess practice a martial art. Central heating, sure. I mean, the lava's gonna go all the way up to here is where we're gonna pump it up to, right here. So we're gonna have a lot of pistons and stuff set up, and it'll be right up to right below here, so you'll be able to see it right there. Yes, but DF doesn't have steam engines, so. I don't see any reason to have water and lava. I was thinking about layering it, but I think that's going to be a lot less interesting, because then it would be like lava, obsidian, water, obsidian, lava, obsidian, water, obsidian. But I personally think it's a lot nicer to just have lava, because then there's more I can do with it at that point than if I put water in it. Then it'll be a permanent fixture instead of something I can add on to, and I want it to be something I can add on to. Which dwarf is that? But anyway, we are just a couple of... Uh-oh, I'm really depressed. We are just a couple of days, even, away from the... We're just a couple of days away from the end of the year. So we're in early winter, the 15th of Moonstone in the year 299. And the living dwarves are Pilot, Abe, Jacknerick, Whitcoat, Max, Evil Trick, Cleveneer, Wave, Vimamel, Free, Bastet, Lumpy, Arch, Alien Slayer, Cusslord, Stone, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Massive Trees, Tiny Goliath, Kade, Taurus, Seeker, Cyrolac, Knowles, Peter, Nariel, Prismatic Flux, Murphist, Hexwrench, Caveman Crafting, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Ghost, LaFonda, Orange, Jess, Blue Water, Lake Bear, and Dominoc are the living dwarves. And we are building our pumps. Should be pretty good, I think. And most of the dwarves are currently putting stuff away because there was a lot of crafting that just got done. Did your second dwarf die? A long time ago, dude. Maybe not a long time ago, but maybe about 40 years ago. A good while ago, Brander the Second, unfortunately, was, I want to say beaten to death by one of the tantrums. But, yes, you've been dead for a bit. We kind of lost a handful of dwarves kind of all at once. Well, steam in Dwarf Fortress is hot enough that it will melt your skin off, so I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea, Frogfire, but I like the idea. Although, I'm pretty sure the lava in this spot right here will keep the river from melting, which is going to be kind of neat. You know, I never thought about this. Can you power pumps from one level above? Like, if I just put a mechanism on top of a pump, will it power it? I never actually thought about that before. Because if that'll power it, I might just do that. But yeah, we've got quite a bit that we need to do. I'm also kind of thinking about deconstructing this tower. This little tower right here, because it's kind of got no reason really to exist. It's just kind of there. And it's getting a little old. So I think I might deconstruct this little tower, the kind of brown one in the middle. It's mostly made of mudstone, so most of it can just be like mined out. I don't know if you guys have any opinions on it, but I think it's getting kind of old looking. It's not the nicest looking tower anymore. I think we can do better than that. I'm also kind of thinking about removing some of these walkways because we don't need all of them. You know, like I could remove the walkway to this tower then. I have some things I gotta remove. It's kind of where I'm at right now. It's kind of where I'm at. And I'm trying to, you know, of course, deal with some dwarves. Yeah, I don't think I'm just trying to think how I want to set up the actual powering mechanism for this thing. And I haven't ever, like, you know, I'll just do this real quick. I've never actually, like, built a screw pump, right? So let's just place a screw pump there. And then, like a gear mech on top of it. It's not like saying that I have access to that. So maybe you can't. Like, I know that you can attach them around the edges, but I've never put one on top. Because, like, you can put them almost anywhere around the edge, right? But maybe if one is constructed, you can put them on top? I don't know. Hold on. Let me just fly down here to where one is constructed and see if I can do that. Yeah, I know because it isn't built, but sometimes it lets you queue things up that aren't built yet, though. Okay, well, I need to wait for them to dig this out. But you know, let's just build a test one up here and just see. It's a missile silo. I mean, it's gonna be full of lava. There we go. Let's just do that. That'll be our test run. We'll find out if I can power one of these from the top. We'll find out in a second. Because I don't actually know. Just because I've never tried doing it. I've always connected them from the side, but that's always kind of a fire liability when you're talking about lava and pumping lava. Unless, like, you do it from the back. But even then, like, I've still had, like, these things randomly catch fire. And, you know, that would be suboptimal, I think. Dwarf time, you know it, K. Bailey. But yeah, no, it's not quite a missile silo because it does turn at a point because like it kind of goes around a cavern layer, and the reason it goes around said cavern layer is because I didn't want to construct it through this cavern layer because it's too deep. Like, look at how far down this fucking thing goes. And then there's water. I just didn't want to. It was too much work. So instead of like going around it, we just built down to here. The thing's going to fill up all the way to down here. And then this is going to be the emergency drainage pipe in case I need to emergency drain it. And then this is the actual reservoir that we're going to be pumping out of. So yeah, that's why it curves. It's not quite a missile silo. But, you know, we're pumping the lava out of this thing. So we have a pretty endless supply of lava, which is going to be coming from here. And I might still extend to this thing, but, you know, I needed, like, safe drainage and everything. So that's our safe drainage, so that we don't need to worry too much. In case, like, there's an oopsie, we should be able to drain it. Hopefully. So, but how we doing today, K. Bailey? How's things? You may or may not have a sunburn. That may or may not be a great thing. Good for you. On obtaining a sunburn. Speaking of sunburns, hi Belle. What's up? You taking a day off today? Or are you screaming? I getcha. I get you. I might need a third. Because people are... That's all I have to say. Good job, people. Also, there's people protesting in front of the two main hospitals in my city right now. Because they don't want vaccines. Supposedly, they're, like, threatening to block the entrances to the hospitals, which is also really lovely. Yeah, I will also schedule mine instantly if when possible, but it's, like, it's such a... Buzzkill's not the word I'd use. Frustration, maybe? Frustration. Henry, you were like, you won't burn your better than that? That is, like, the first mistake you can make when you go to the beach. Everybody, even people who don't look like they burn, burn. That's the funny thing that like is about our skin. Like just being outside in the sun, yes, you will burn. You surprise will in fact fucking burn, and it will hurt. It won't feel good. You won't like it. It's not an optimal state of life. It hurts. It's not fun. And you just get it instantly. It's still a little harder than that here. A little bit harder, but we're almost at that point now. Forklift operators indoors? Like they get sunburns indoors. How? Like serious question, how? Are they like sitting on heating elements or something? Kind of I don't know. How the heck how does somebody working indoors sunburn? Yeah, do you guys have like sunroofs or like maybe big like areas where things reflect indoors and outdoors? Like what? Skylights? The warehouses don't have skylights. At least I've never been in a warehouse with skylights. I've been in a few warehouses in my life, but I've never been in one with skylights. Well, here's the thing, right? Even if this is the reality of our skin, right? Okay, Bailey? Even if you don't go red and it doesn't hurt, you can still get burned, right? Even if you don't notice it, you might still be burning. It will damage your skin, make you wrinkle, and like put you at risk for other health complications. So like even if it doesn't feel like you burn and you don't look like you burn, just fucking put on some sunscreen. God damn, it's good for you. No, we're talking about like sunburns. We're talking about sunburns. I mean, my ex was like that. She like never would burn, but then like she'd like 3 or 4 days later, like she'd get like really dry skin, and it's because like she was burning but not visibly. So like a couple days later, if you feel itchy or if like your skin gets kind of dry and cracks in places, like it's because you're burning, but it just doesn't show up on the surface. You're just burning the lower layers. Super sensitive skin to everything in general. Yeah, no, it's like I won't turn into a lobster, but I will feel drained a few days later because, like, again, it kind of burns the lower layers. You're pale goo. I mean, yes, you're from Finland, so naturally. Naturally, you are pale basement dwellers. Oh, also, right at the end of yesterday, we made a black bronze cabinet for our king. Because they demanded it, so we made it. Naturally. As we do. I'm reading Stone's comic. One second. Interesting. Comics are interesting. I don't know. Belliner, I have a question. Are there any Finns that, when the sun comes around and it never goes away, are just outside tanning 24/7? Like, do you have people like that? Because like here, I feel like not the majority, but like I'd say like 20 to 30% of the people who live around here kind of just look forward to the winter and don't really like the summer. But like the majority of the people here, like when summer comes around, they're just like, holy fuck, it's summer. And they're just like on the beach the entire time. And I don't fully understand that as somebody who just like kind of stays inside and likes the shade and doesn't really like the sun directly and doesn't really like the summer in particular. You're an autumn kid. I mean, that's heavy metal season. That's heavy metal season, so naturally. I personally am not much of a fan of anything except for like fall. But, you know. We all like what we like. All right, let's see how that little project's coming. That little tester project. We got that little screw pump there. Gear assembly. Let's see. Seems like it's working so far. Yeah, it looks like I can power with a gear assembly above it. So that means if I can power with a gear assembly above it, we could probably do it. Well, I need to hook this up first. Let's test it. You know, I really should have just hooked this up over here, because I got like this power already set up over here for my mill. How's this actual squad doing? Am I missing anybody? Where's Murphist? Where are my other wrestlers? I've got some missing wrestlers. I'm sure they'll work their way over there. And that's Free, who's been depressed for a while. Yeah. Forest trips are yeah. I want to go on a vacation in this month, but like staying places is so fucking expensive now because everywhere is closed, and because everywhere is closed, prices have gone up. Like the one thing that I can say about Airbnb that was really nice was the abundance of them drove prices of hotels down. So it used to be really cheap to stay in a hotel because there was Airbnb everywhere. Well, like 80% of Airbnbs here have closed because of the pandemic, which is admittedly probably a good thing, but also means traveling is a lot more expensive. Like in 2018 or 2019, I could have gone to the outskirts of Victoria or like Bowen Island or something and stayed in an Airbnb for like $40 a night. But now it's like the cheap end for Airbnbs are like $150 a night for a room. And it's like, man, hotels aren't much cheaper. Yeah, exactly. Prices are just like excruciatingly expensive. So I don't think that's going to happen. Unless September is like bonkers, but I don't know. I never expect much from September just because like it's 20% off. I think that's not that much. Like it's nice and all, but it's no. Belliner, you're old. You remember what September was like back when September was good. Remember the first September when they were like, "Yo, it's 50% off all subs. All subs are 50% off." Almost no questions asked. And they haven't done that since. Yeah, I believe that. I hadn't looked at the car rental prices for obvious reasons, but I believe it. It's just, I don't know, shit's so expensive for traveling. I don't know. Oh, I figured it was just because of, like, cleaning costs. Like, actual cost of labor has gone up. That's what I figured it would be, but I guess maybe not. I mean, you could try out the, I don't know if you have access to it, but I do. You could try out the new channel point, like, styled goal system. See how that works, because then you don't need to have a goal up on the stream. Like, I just have this sub goal up here because people ask me what my sub count is, and I got tired of, like, responding, so, like, I don't expect to unlock another emote because I need about 700 subs to unlock another emote, so, that's kind of far off, so. Unless someone wants to just gift 500 subs, I don't think we're unlocking an emote. Which, admittedly, would theoretically be cheap. Theoretically, would be really cheap. But we're into late winter, 9th of Obsidian. Stone, do you know how long you're going to be awake, if I can ask? Because, we're going to have a tribute in a minute here. I just want to know when I need to start screenshotting stuff. We want to get the 100 one. Cooler, I'll pay you twice the amount of money. It's like, hey, Cooler, you want to make 10 bucks? Any thoughts on the thing? It's interesting. Is my thoughts on the thing. You know, it's interesting because, like, you know, most people, like, when you read a comic, just because of the way comics are designed, like, you kind of expect comics to be a funny thing. But when you read a comic that's just like, that's interesting, and it makes me think. It's a little different, so I don't really have any super strong thoughts on the thing, but it's interesting. Are going to be really cheap? I feel like that might be like breaking some sort of ethical rule on Twitch, but also, I mean, I know Cutest Ghost was talking about how tier 3 subs in Russia are now cheaper than tier 2 subs used to be. Which is interesting. But yeah, I can deconstruct all of this. For an hour or two more? Alright. You'll be able to probably do the tributes for this year then at the very least. Russian sub is $1.78. Bam. That is super cheap. Shit. That's like cheaper than subbing to me on Patreon. Explains why my revenues dropped. Hang in there, Dwarf. Maybe you can improve. Maybe you can also improve. I don't know. We've got a few really stressed out dwarves, and I'm just trying to fix them by putting them into the military and letting them wrestle. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Even, like, giving somebody the money to gift 100 subs, I don't actually have the money to do that. Yeah, in 2 hours, Bellinair. In 2 hours. Is when September starts. It's 1 p.m. Pacific today, isn't it? Unless it's tomorrow. Sponsored by Grubhub, which hurts me inside a little bit. Yeah. If you're subscribing to a channel you've never subscribed before, it's 20% off, and if you're gifting a sub, it's 20% off today at 1 p.m. I miss when they were sponsored by Subway, because that actually was, like, funny. Grubhub is just annoying. September sponsored by Subway is just way too funny. Now you changed your mind? You should. I hope you're posting those in more places than just my Discord. You'll get more feedback if you post them in other places. Especially if you're trying to make funny ones, you should post them on /rfunny on Reddit. Part of me, Bastet, wants to think that you just pressed I and then hit enter by mistake, but now I'm wondering if a cat walked on your keyboard. Let's continue working on the tube. King wants 3 more ballista arrows, and you want 2 large gems. Guess I'll make 2 large iron gems. She's trying to buy a vowel. Maybe. Hi back. I'm blind. You know, me and Belliner are talking about how Russian subs are cheap now compared to what they used to be at Cutest. Approximately in an hour, 100 subs is going to be $89 US. Approximately. Or 2 hours, which is kind of bonkers. Like, that's insanity with regional pricing. By befriending a 6-foot vampire bat. Okay, so is this a vampire bat with 6 feet? Or is it a 6-foot tall vampire bat? What are we talking about here? Because you counted wrong? Still ridiculous. Still ridiculous. Still ridiculous. I'm just imagining a vampire bat with like 3 sets of legs to have 6 feet, or like 6 feet on 1 foot, just kind of like grotesquely sticking out, and it's like a weird club that he uses to thwack things with. It's like a weird body horror monster. It's something we all need to get better at, Brander. There is actually a Twitch extension that just where people can just set their pronouns, which I should probably use just because it would make life a lot easier. But then I'd need everybody to like install it and set it up. And I don't know if I want to like make people install another thing like that, because you know. Extensions, 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 extensions. You know what I mean? Screw pump from the west. Yeah, bro. Yep. Yep. East. And west. And east. Back from sauna. Welcome back from sauna. I hope it was a successful sauna trip. Well, hopefully it's not chilly. Because cold chili would be bad. You want a hot chili. Just call everyone you potato. Potato, tomato. Wait, what? The question is, are you a baked potato, roasted potato, sliced potato, potato wedge, or a potato? What are you? I'm definitely a potato wedge. Are debated into subbing to ASMR streamers. Why? Wouldn't they just have, if they were 14-year-olds and they had no concept of money, wouldn't they have just been debated into subbing to ASMR streamers previously? Like, how does that really change much? Them taters. Oh, also, then who is a tater tot? Because that's also a potato product. And then at what point do you become a hash brown? You're just a mashed tater? I'm probably a tater wedge. Yeah, I mean, at least they're saving money getting debated into subbing to ASMR streamers. I mean, I debate people into subbing to me all the time. Crypt Y is just too tempting. I think if you were gonna get debated into subbing to a ASMR streamer, that was gonna happen regardless. Tater Todd, there you go. Tater Todd. Who doesn't like a good Todd Howard in tater format? I mean, Crypt Y is literally my debated emote. Although, I guess Happy is also kind of a, it's kind of like the opposite of a Y. I am typing in Twitch chat instead of Dwarf Fort. There we go. Alright, how are these dwarves doing? Jess is improving. Free is still purple, but looks like improving. Cyrolac is not improving. You mean Crypt Jams, which was Crypt Vinyl? It's such a good emote for anybody who's playing a banger tune. If you're in a channel and they're playing a banger tune, it's just such a good thing to listen to. It's just lovely. Okay, so now we're just working on those large gems. I think in order to do that... Uh-oh. Abe's depressed. What squad are you in? I've just got, like, all of my squads training right now. Also, I was gonna do this. I don't need this wall here anymore. It's ridiculous to still have this wall here. And I had a dwarf mysteriously teleport through it and die. So if, you know, I feel like if we just get rid of this wall, it's gonna make my life a lot easier. So I don't have dwarves, you know, mysteriously teleport through it. And spring has arrived. Springtime. Time to spring forward. Oh, also, it's September 2nd at 1 p.m. Pacific. So not today. It's tomorrow. September starts. For some reason, I thought it started today. Oh well. I mean, that would be the logical thing to do, start it on the 1st of the month, but I guess they just want to do it for 30 days instead of 31. Tight. Forgot to consume food. That's a bad thing to forget. Can confirm that is a really bad thing to forget. It is time for Neck Buhanoth. Neck Buhanoth, the human merchant, seems to be carrying a bucket. A willow bucket, perhaps? Maybe it's an oak bucket. Chat, what material do you guys think that bucket is made out of? It's brown. I mean, theoretically, it could be like some sort of brown metal bucket. Could also, can you make clay buckets? I don't think you can make clay buckets. It could be a metal bucket. I wonder what that bucket is. Peach tree? Yeah, maybe it's peach tree. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Twitch needs to do better at moderating. And so a lot of people are like, you know, doing various formats of protesting. Twitch not doing a very good job moderating with people sending in bots against people to harass them. We even got hit by that once when we were streaming Jupiter Hell on Jupiter Hell's launch day. And, you know, and as a way of combating it, my teammates have just kind of decided to raise some money for some good charities. So supporting LGBT and Q folks as well as trans folks based on the different charities. If you would like to help out directly, Jess is streaming right now with hers. FG's stream's done, but the campaign's still up. So if you'd like to chuck a couple bucks at one or the other or both, maybe. Well, I'm not doing a charity stream myself because I did one like less than a month ago, but we are kind of indirectly supporting them via that. So I'm gonna go help them out. Do that. Shoutouts to B-Lug for, I think, being the top supporters on both of them. Go get them. An ashen bucket. Well, no one would have guessed that. 1 amethysts. Shouldn't that be 1 amethyst instead of 1 amethyst with an extra S? Is it 1 or 2? I don't know. I really like that last name, Arrow Hopper God. Man, that's if I ever get a pet frog, I'm gonna name it Arrow Hopper God. Like if I ever get like a pet tree frog or something, I'm gonna name it Hopper God. You want to see somebody who's 1 life, chat? There's a picture on /our_pics on Reddit. This is a 102-year-old man with a 1928 Rolls Royce, and he's driven the same Rolls Royce for 80 years. This man 1 life, I think. Look at that shit. Hell yeah. If anybody wants a link, here you go. Apparently he passed away in 2005 and his car is in a museum. It had a rebuild and restoration in 1988 and has 170,000 miles on it. I can't really, like, there's times where I'm sad about people who pass away, and then there's times where I can't be sad. Because, like, if you live 102 fucking years, 102 fucking years, you've done pretty okay. You know? You've done pretty okay at that point. Like, I don't know. For me, if I make it to 70, I'll be happy, right? And it's just like, you know, a member of the Rolling Stones just passed away. I think the drummer, if I'm not mistaken, and Dusty Hill, the bassist of ZZ Top, passed away recently. It's like on one hand, it's like I want to be sad about these people who I have listened to the music of for most of my life, but at the same time, I kind of can't because they lived into their 80s and had probably the coolest life any human being could ever have, right? It's versus like St. Pierre, the drummer of Hum, which is my favorite band, passing away in his 50s. Like, that's too fucking young. Like, that's too fucking young. Like, you should not, you shouldn't die that young. Like, there should be a law against being allowed to die that young. Like, anybody who thinks it's a good idea to die that young should just be slapped and just sent back. Like, that's wrong. But if you make it like past 75 and you're a world famous person, you've done pretty well. I can't be sad. I'm just more happy for them. Also, Tiny Spider sub. Spider bro. I had a tiny spider on my onion the other day. Outside. It was on my green onions. You're ashamed dwelling upon old clothing. Huh. So this dwarf now finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Strengthening after wearing old clothing. And is bashful after wearing old clothing. I got a kink in my neck today. It's not pleasant. I think I slept kind of funny. Saw a vinyl of Daft Punk at the thrift shop, thinking of picking it up tomorrow if no one else snags it. How much? Did it look like it's in good quality, and which album? I mean, I'd snag a copy of Discovery if I found it for cheap. I wonder if I don't know if I'd grab any of the other, like that's the only Daft Punk record that I would want to own, I think. Like there's a couple songs on Random Access Memories and some of the other albums that I don't mind, but like Discovery would probably be the one that I'd want if I were to grab one. $3 for Random Access Memories? Yeah, why not? I'd probably pass just because there's like one track on that album that I like, but yeah. I mean, it's a solid album. A lot of people, if you like the disco funk stuff, it's a solid album. The elves are here just in time to trade. Is the best. I know a lot of people love that album. I personally greatly dislike it. But the reason I greatly dislike that album isn't because it's a bad album. I acknowledge it's a good album. My issue with that album is when it was popular, I worked night shift. And the place that I worked night shift in didn't let us change the music in the lobby. And I spent like 6 or so hours of my night in the lobby. And I got to listen to almost every track on that album about 7 or 8 times a night. And I would or at least every single hit off of that album. And I would rather never listen to any of those ever again because they remind me of cleaning up McDonald's on the night shift. So it's not that the album is bad. It's just I never want to listen to it again. In fact, actually, initially when it started playing, it was like, oh, hey, like they're actually like playing decent music. And then like, yeah, I got tired of it. So yeah, no, it's just I've heard it to death. And not in an environment where I want to listen to it more because it just reminds me of shitty events in my life. So I kind of dislike that album. That and it's a bit too disco for me. But like I could listen to like Technologic all day, you know. But when it comes to like electronic music, I like a little bit more like either abstract or ambient or down tempo. Like I really like Boards of Canada and Aphex Twin and that sort of stuff. Whereas like I can take or leave Daft Punk. Like Daft Punk's fine, but if I could find Discovery for like less than $10, I'd probably buy it. I've just never seen a copy of it, so don't necessarily want to buy that album. Oh no, I completely like any song that's popular when you're working in fast food, you will hate. Do you have any particular songs that have stuck in your mind as songs that you hate? But yeah, no, it's like that they. Oh, another thing that I would like to never hear ever again in my entire life is David Guetta. Anything by David Guetta. Like if I could just go the rest of my life and never hear another song by David Guetta, my life would improve by like 70%. Like if I could just like be told tomorrow that I never need to hear another David Guetta song for the rest of my life, I'd be very happy. So Peter is mayor again. So we have a two-party system in the fort again. It's been swapping between Tiny Goliath and Peter the Second. Peter the Second has been mayor twice now, and Tiny Goliath has been mayor twice. Although ironically, Tiny Goliath got elected to mayor while in prison, which I think is hilarious. The dwarves in this fortress just went full on America for a minute there, which I don't know. I find that very amusing. It's like, yeah, they elected a new mayor. Oh, who's the new mayor? Oh, it's Tiny Goliath. Well, where is he? He's in prison. Proper politician as far as I'm concerned. I mean, going to prison is like one of the first prereqs to getting elected to something, right? You remember when it was someone's birthday and they would play this godforsaken remix of Happy Birthday into the grave and burn it? Oh, God. You know, every now and again I'll go to a restaurant on my birthday and like I'm not the sort of person to just tell people it's my birthday, right? And I'll get ID'd or something and they'll be like, "Oh, would you like us to sing Happy Birthday?" And I'll be like, "Would you like to sing Happy Birthday?" And if they even like remotely let on that no they wouldn't, I'm just like, "Yeah, no, don't fucking bother. I don't want to ruin your day. You don't need to come out here and sing Happy Birthday for me. That is okay." For a second there, I thought you guys reset the count, and I was very unimpressed. But no, you didn't. But yeah, I guess I'm just going to be, like, twiddling my thumbs for the next little bit and figuring out whether or not any kind of vacation this month is possible. I still kind of want to do something, but if I can't go anywhere, I don't think I'm going to take time off streaming. Maybe wait a couple more months. We'll see what ends up happening, though. Yeah, I feel your pain. Fortunately, like, where I worked, we never had to sing Happy Birthday. But, like, there was a lot of... ironically, though, like, I have kind of, like, mixed feelings about the music that I listened to at that job, because the vast majority of the time, like, we had to listen to the radio, right? But for short periods of time, we had specific managers that like didn't care about what music we listened to and would let us change the radio station, or even better, just like put in a CD, because like we did have that capability. And so I would burn CDs and bring CDs with like, you know, a lot of like pop punk and stuff, like pretty work friendly shit. But what I would do is I would do it on DVDs. So I would set it so that the last like 30 track, not 30, but like the last 25 tracks or so, 20 to 25 tracks would be like Billy Joel and like a lot of like 60s and 70s stuff, like some like 60s and 70s rock and roll and stuff like that, because that's when all the seniors would come in. They'd come in at about 4:15, 4:30 in the morning, and they would leave. Oh no. Bastet was found dead. Did somebody tantrum? Yeah. I think that this training spot is dangerous. That's the third death we've had here. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's just too much water flow. I'm just gonna go shut this off. I don't know what causes it. It's like the third death we've had there. I mean, you win some, you lose some, right, Bastet? Also, you injured Jack Nerd because you collided with him. Yeah, his left hand is mangled. I've made a dangerous training spot. I think that we need to lessen the flow of this thing a little bit. So I think we're gonna do that. I need to let it drain first, though. Chad, can I get a round of beers for Bastet while I read these words that I have to read? Which isn't that many. If not unbent, then stronger. Dragons feel hot when knights give them kisses. Quit finagling with earbuds. Tuesdays are Tuesday. Living with Advarks is mowing many large lawns. Yeah, I know. I agree. What indeed? All right, so we've got to safeten this thing up. I've tried to increase the safety of it a bit, but it clearly hasn't worked. So what I think we're going to do is place a wall piece right here, a ramp right there. So we can pop up here, and then we can... although actually, I'm going to need to put another wall right here. I don't know. I generally don't worry about what people are typing in. Huzzah as well. Hello. It's good to see you. I wonder how long before the YouTube channel starts complaining about me uploading too many Conquest of Elysium videos. So what can we do with you? We need to increase the safety of this thing without decreasing the effectiveness of it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just I'm going to have the flow of it. So we will remove, wait, what? Why did that disappear for a second? It disappeared for a second. Why would it disappear for a second? Keeps disappearing. Why is that ramp blinking there and gone? Maybe there's like a bug there or something. Anyway, we're gonna knock this wall down and we're gonna basically just make it safer. I could actually just like try to increase the flow rate or by making it flow up more directions, which could also be a valid way of doing things, but probably not the best idea. I could just put soap in it. Probably silly to do that. Let's just use lead. I got too much lead. What was that, if I can ask? Stone? What would you describe as the worst? Prepared slug eye? I definitely didn't read that. Wait, hey. No kidding. I'm just thinking like, because like their eyes are like on little stacks, right? Like they like pop out. You know, I think I'd be more likely to try to eat prepared slug eye than I would be to eat like some of the other things dwarves eat, so can't be that bad, right? Like it really can't be that bad. Let's unforbid this door. And put a granite block right there. And Spitalier, thank you very much for gifting out a sub. As far as I know, they're going to be 20% off tomorrow. Or for the rest of the month starting tomorrow. So you'll get to save some money. But cheers. Thank you very much for gifting a sub. Big thank you. Hope you're doing well, Spitalier. Hope things are good. Hope work's been alright. Hope things have been chill. And chat, thanks for the round of beers. So we clear some tables and some other things. We've had some casualties in the in this construction area here, so we are moving some things. New number 4. I mean, there's more where that came from, and there will be more in the future. You just need some real work, otherwise you'll turn into a total slob. What do you mean by real work? Are you only doing fake work right now? Let's see if this helps. It's just weird that we suddenly started having problems now, after having this set up for such a long time. You'll ask in 50 years. I mean, you the fifth will rise at some point, don't we? Or was that the third? Hey, no, you the 5th will rise at some point. You've had some pretty legendary dwarves in this fort. You've certainly done better than some people. You do training courses via home office to prepare a training course for your... Huh. So you basically, you work from home isn't working for you is what you're trying to say. El Dudorino! Thank you very much for paying that sub forward from Vin. Thank you. Gifting a sub to Souls is Raven. Cheers. Thanks. Thanks for helping keep this stream funded. Thanks for paying that forward. For paying the gesture. I have a really hard time not doing the same thing. When people gift me subs, I'm always, especially if it's a channel I like, I always just want to like turn around and gift another sub, so cheers. Thanks. You know, there was a time way back in the day before Twitch even had that feature, and it was such a weird thing when Twitch added the ability for people to get gifted subs. I'll never forget that day. It was a weird day. If anybody is a resub, you should hit that button right now and turn into a hype train. Otherwise, it's all good. All right, let's get this flooring smoothed. Let's get these boulders removed. I was playing at the CDDA and waiting for important mail to show up, but you will take care of it in 5 minutes, and that happens 2 times a week. Oh my god. Well, so what you're saying is you are... working significantly less than you should be, is what you're saying. Or maybe you're just working more. It's just, you know, less obvious. Thank you very much for resubbing. Aqua, welcome back for another month. That is month number 8. And Stupid, thank you very much for the 24th gifted sub in the channel, and for gifting a sub to Silver Sheep. Thank you very much. Cheers. There you go. Hype train. Thanks, Aqua, for hitting that button. And welcome back to the realm of ad-free viewing and emotes, Silver Sheep. It's good to have you around. Cheers. All right, let's see how this is. I've made some changes. It should be theoretically safer. The water flow should be significantly lessened. And hopefully stop like randomly killing dwarves. This seems a lot better. It has definitely significantly lessened the flow. So we'll see. Is that a Bella Derp? Bella Mega Derp? I guess I have to refresh my chat to get it. I was thinking that you should animate Bella Fine.
This is Sparta!
Thanks for the $3, stupid. Ow. My shoulder. Because then instead of just having like Bella Fine, right? You could just have like you could remove the It's Fine and just animate the fire and just have like you sitting there with fire behind you. People would know. People would know. I should really stop trying to play Dwarf Fortress from within the thing. You have a free normal slot too? Ooh. Any idea what you're gonna do with them? You'll poke Cooler. I'm sure Cooler can figure something out. Cooler! Heads up! Belliner's coming to poke you. Thank you for the penny, stupid. Big thank you. Could move Belisines back in. This is true. I miss Belisai. What should you test it on? Probably the neighbors, I would assume. Maybe the wildlife? Wildlife's pretty dangerous in CDDA. Come on, dwarves. That waterfall looks safer now. I'm not too sure how much safer it actually is, but it looks safer now. It looks safer. You obviously launch it at your... Somewhere where you can see the fireworks. That's where you launch it. Maybe like copy your save file and save scum it and set it off, and just to watch the fireworks, you know? But thanks for that little hype train, guys. Cheers. Also for the extra $1.99 from Anon. Was that you, stupid, with the $1.99? The math checks out. Regardless, thank you much. Cheers. Choo choo, Mudda Trucka. 500 bits and 4 subs. Thanks, guys. Speaking of money, though, some of my teammates are raising some money for charity today, just as a middle finger to the hate raids that are going on. So, if you want to support my team, raising money for charity. If Jess gets $666.66 for charity, she's gonna smack her face with a pie. So, she's currently, you know, she'll make it. She's gonna get a pie to the face for sure. For sure. And FG also did a charity stream this morning, but her stream has since ended. But it's not too late if you'd like to chuck a couple dollars into that pot as well. But you know. Couple bucks here, couple bucks there, it all goes a long way. Can you make like triggerable traps in CDDA? Guys, you could like rig your home base with like a giant nuke and just like set it off. Yeah, kind of as you said, like as a last fuck you. Is knowledge questioned a recent book? Who wrote it? Kade. No, not that recent. It's recent, but not that recent. It's kind of amazing that like this dwarf is still as far gone as they are. Let's just send most of them back to what they were doing. Living out of the trunk of your car, fair enough. I know a lot of people just describe CDDA as road trip apocalypse. So, seems like a pretty popular format of playing that game. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is what Spitalier's playing. You're back? Welcome back. See if this works. Oops, I would have to put it in the right spot. Which I definitely didn't. Alright, let's do this again. There we go. Macroed up. Wait. Why are they screwing up every second one? Not sure why. For some reason, it screws up the second one. It's interesting. Whatever. We'll just roll with that for right now, and then I'll re-macro it later. There we go. Perfect. And drive at high speed into a larger city and see what would happen. See what will happen. Oh, so are you gonna leave it in the large city and then come back and check, or are you going to blow it up with you in it? So I have a feeling it'll like maybe screen lights up and then you die. Right? If it's anything like Nukes and Caves of Cud. Man, I love it when Amazon Prime sends me my recommendations for what they're putting onto Amazon Prime Video this month, and it's a bunch of repulsive-looking shows that I have no interest in. Sheesh. Why do they even send me these emails? Watch our stuff that you won't care about. You won't even be close to caring about them. Ever. Period. Yeah, I saw the beta update for Caves of Cud. I'll wait until it's done. I don't like them breaking my characters, and they tend to break them every patch, so I will wait until that's out. But yes, I support the studio on Patreon, so yes, I technically already have access to it. If I really wanted to, but I don't particularly care. I will wait. I am patient. But yes, I have seen it. The main problem that I have with Caves of Cud stuff, though, is I'm never good enough to actually get far enough in to see the new shit. So, like, it's very rare that I actually get far enough in, because I usually just get distracted and then die somewhere. But we'll see. We'll definitely play it once that stuff releases. And it's no longer, you know, still getting constantly tweaked. Because, I don't know. I don't like the idea of a save file getting borked. Which has definitely happened to me in Caves of Cud. Besides, right now I'm a little busy with other things. Conquest of Elysium is entertaining me a lot more than I thought it would. And of course, you know, still doing Dwarf things. Can't really wrap your head around it for some reason. Which part? Everything about it's pretty simple. At least I found it to be pretty simple. I mean, it took like a game of just fiddling about with menus, but... Or rather, a game or two of fiddling about with menus, but... The whole thing is pretty basic. As far as, like, just playing it goes. Off to senior classes. Well, at least it's not youth classes. It was the only joke I could think of, and it was terrible. We'll see you when you get back. Cheers, man. Man, that's as far up as we're going. Your bed is calling you. Yeah, we're pretty far away from... Pretty far away from fall, too. If your bed is calling you, you should think twice about giving your bed your number. You know, like, nobody likes a pestery ex, and if they just keep calling you, like, maybe, like, look into getting a restraining order. Like, that's not cool. You have a good night's sleep. Go sleep well. Was it good? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that was good.
Ooh, you suck.
What? I think Pilot has me muted and is just booing me because he's booing me. It doesn't even matter in the end. Cuties, I didn't even read what you said before. You liked it in the beginning and then it was kind of much? Yeah, the restraining order bit I took it too far. But, you know, when do I not take a joke too far? Come on. Like, find a time where I don't take a joke way too far for no reason. Like, I'm always taking jokes way too far for no reason. Again, Spaceplane is so good, man. Spaceplane is so good. Like, it's better than it has any... Spaceplane is, like, S+ tier for better than it has any right to be video games. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... It shouldn't be that good, but it just is. It just shouldn't be that good. It just straight up shouldn't be that good. we're on the full moon. 22nd of fell sight. I'm just checking the calendar over in the DF wiki. What day in fell sight? 21st? That seems to be off. Although it starts on the 21st. And lasts a few days, so that also checks out. Yeah, and it's done by the 23rd. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the moon cycles because I've heard that they can get off. And like be on the wrong time. Which is like kind of weird. But currently we're still on calendar. In space plan or in real life? Pilot. Yes, okay. Sure. This checks out. Good. I was talking about this earlier, but I can't stop yawning today. It's actually starting to become a problem. I can't stop yawning today. Do you ever have just days like that where you just can't stop yawning and you can't figure out why? I'm gonna try standing up. Let's see if that helps. Okay, so shout out to this dwarf that's carrying a cage to refill the cage trap, and then the dwarf that's walking around just a few, meters behind him, cleaning up the vomit. That dwarf is just puking the whole way. Oh god, I can't. It's not helping. Ah. But yeah, Prozac, you said that you picked up Conquest of Elysium, and you can't figure out, you can't wrap around your head around it. What do you mean by you can't wrap your head around it? Is it, are you having trouble learning it, or like did you learn it and you just can't figure out why it's fun? I'm just kind of curious as to what you mean. I'm really kind of curious about what you mean by you couldn't wrap your head around it. Curious as to when that's back up. 17 minutes. All right. Not up for another 17 minutes. I just wanted to look. It is now summertime. Dwarves are meditating on war and pondering equations. Cutting blue jades, which is good. So I'm gonna get Jasper opals getting cut. Just gotta find them. There. Got a lot of those as well. In fact, I would say I probably have the most Jasper opals. Building walls, blocking stuff off. That's been completed. Because I've kind of got a lot of these done all of a sudden. All right, there we go. I think that's it. Yeah, looks like it. So now the dwarves can block some of those walls off and keep going up. We're almost like halfway up to the surface already. I mean, we're at like layer 72. I mean, getting through this is going to be a pain. I haven't decided how I want to do it yet. I think I'm just going to go around it. So we'll like reroute it when we hit up there. That's kind of my goal for the day, is to make it up to the upper cavern layer. And we'll go around the other cavern layer. That's the plan for today. We're super lurky, so I'm just kind of in ramble mode. If anybody has anything they want to chat about, just let me know. I'm just, like I said, kind of rambling. Kind of in mindless ramble mode. They're not up, Aqua. I stated that they weren't up. I was just checking to see when they were up. But they're up in 15 minutes now. The thing is, in order to check, I have to, like, type in invest and then a number. Slight interest in Jupiter Helm. Does he want a key for it? So I could just give him one. How many do I have? Yeah, I should have one if he wants one. Just tell him to DM me if he wants one. Hey, Prismatic. How's things? That, or I know who to point him at if that key doesn't work, because the one that I have is kind of old. The dev just always gives me, because I've played the game for so long, just gives me keys. And it's like, if any of your friends show interest in game, just give them key. My king's a little anxious looking. Equations apparently make my king anxious. Pondering the mathematics seems to make people anxious. Yeah, this does seem kind of normal. Like, I feel like plenty of maths makes me anxious. I'm more just, like, annoyed that this dwarf hasn't gotten married yet. This dwarf's had 2 lovers in the time they've been in this fort. They had one for a bit, and then they broke up, and now they're with Taurus. And I want my king to get married. Which is annoying because my king is 146 years old. Furry Gunslingers? Is that the name of a video game? Or is that like your nickname for a video game? No. What is that, Ghost? Oh, Gunfire Reborn. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was just like, is there really? Are you really playing a game called Furry Gunslingers? Because that sounds like not. That doesn't sound like a real video game. That sounds like the name of a video game that you get out of like a random video game name generator. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't sound real. Furry Gunslingers. What? But yeah, I'm familiar with Gunfire Reborn. You would play a game called Furry Gunslingers? Maybe. There's plenty of games with the word furry in the title, so who knows? Maybe someone will make it for you. Dwarves never changes. There's a dwarf stuck because he locked himself in. Good job. With whomever they associate with the most. I have no idea how relationships work and how they choose partners. I will be completely honest. No idea how any of that works. Who is that? Dafcom. You idiot. I'm surprised nobody's gotten stuck in here and died yet. At least that I'm aware of. What do you mean by working? Like, have I finished them? Or are you asking if they're just working in the game in general? Because yes, they do work. I haven't finished this particular stack yet, so we're working on it. Working on building pumps. But what are they going to be doing? They're going to be filling that green tube over there, kind of in the middle of the screen full of lava. But I need to get the lava first. So that's what the pumps are going to do. The pumps are going to transport the lava from the deep underground all the way up to the surface. So... that's what they're going to do. When designing, what's the meaning of the digits? It's the priority. The lower the number, the higher the priority. No, the pump is a machine, so I need to generate powers from windmills or water wheels. To power the pumps, and the pumps transport liquids from a place to another place. And the humans have arrived to trade, so we got to do that now. Yeah, no, the pumps are not a power generation system. The pumps need power. No. Same response. Cutest. Also, isn't Chichery a game that came out recently? I think it is. Human Trader. Royal Treasure has arrived. And so did the second caravan. Another day, another human saying, you're gonna follow the mayor and then go. Wait, what was that? Not the. That was the mayor. Where are you going? Not following the mayor is where you're going. Oh, I see. Because mayor's gonna go get a drink. Naturally. I mean, dwarf. Dwarf needs a drink. This only makes sense. Welcome back again. I think this is your second or third time back now. Stupid, but welcome back again. But as somebody who really enjoys coffee, cutest, I don't think I will ever seek out a coffee alternative. Well, I mean, if it tastes like caramel and grandma's like it, then my assumption is it would probably taste like Werther's Originals, and I hate Werther's. At least that's what I get from that description, but why do you ask? Is this something you just stumbled upon on the internet, or does your grandma like it specifically? Guy says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? A little bit of wood and gold, bronze, brass, and electrum, as well as rose gold and black bronze. I mean, nothing is a coffee replacement. Coffee is love. Coffee is life. Coffee is the fuel that runs in my veins. Without coffee, I would be dead, probably. Gon says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. It's also making my teeth go different colors. Maybe not the best. Ooh, not a bad pickup. How much was that? Oh, you said you got it for $5. Not bad. I'd spend $5 on that. Why not? Is it just like all the eras of Queens, or is it like mid-era Queen? Like, does that got like Bohemian Rhapsody on it as well, or? Like bottom girls, you make the rocket world go round. Yeah, that too. I mean, yeah, it's pretty common pressing. I think I've seen that one before. Not for $5 though. I'm planning on my dad's retiring in a couple of years. The year he retires, I'm planning on buying him a record player, 2 speakers, and an amplifier with a radio hookup. Something I'm planning on getting for my dad. Okay, so this is an email that I like from a PR company. I'm not gonna say who it is or what it's about, but it just starts off with this, and it says, oh boy, it's that time of year again," and then Halloween, all caps, except it's crossed out, and in italics. It says, okay, so my boss is telling me that it's September 2nd. That September 2nd is too early to celebrate Halloween. Luckily, we've got something exciting to announce. Anyway, and then it turns into normal PR bullshit, but it's just like that's the way to make me happy about an email, because I agree it should be Halloween now, and then stay Halloween for the rest of the year, because screw Christmas and the rest of the seasons. Let's just have like fall weather and Halloween forever. Your friend got his dad golf clubs last Christmas, and his dad. Well, my dad has a hobby. My dad likes to sit in the attic, basically, because he has like an office up there. It's like it's a furnished attic, but he sits in the airframe attic in his house, or in my mom and dad's house, and he writes. He's obsessed with like penmanship and like fancy pens and spends way too much money on fancy pens. I think he's probably spent more money on an individual pen than I've spent on all of my hi-fi gear. So if you want to talk about expensive hobbies, my audio equipment's pretty cheap. Anyway, so he has all that, and he keeps on complaining that he wants to get back into vinyl and record collecting because, like, I have all of his old records. And I'm like, well, when dad retired, I'm just gonna buy him a record player and then just like go to the record store with like $100 and see how many classical records I can get and just get a stack of classical records and just be like, here you go. Because like you could do a lot with your mileage on like $100 if assuming you stay in like the bargain area and classical music sections in most of the record stores. And it's like, unless you're buying like brand new pressings of things, it's like you can get a lot of records for not a lot of money. Like the last time I was in a record store, I bought 4 classical records for like $8 or something. Although technically 2 of them were switched on Bach and switched on Handel. But so those are, I guess, technically synthesizers, but still they were like $2 a piece. Fountain pens is what my dad's into. Yeah, fountain pens. Fountain pens. Stone Hobo's also heavily into fountain pens. There's a few like penmanship fans who watch this stream. Yeah, it's a neat hobby. I'm not into that. my dad, like we live in Canada, right? My dad imported a pen from Holland via an old family member. So he gave my family member the money for it and the money to ship it, sent them to go buy it in Holland, and then mail it here, because it's made at a shop and they don't sell them online. And if you import them, it's like an extra $600 to import them because of taxes and shit. So my dad has illegally imported pens. That's how into pens my dad is. What would I say about him? Nothing I would say publicly on a stream without his permission. Gone. Although, well, there is one thing I would say about him, and that's he should brag about the fact that he has a master's in music more often, instead of going like 15 years working in industrial automation without telling anybody that he has a master's in music. Yes, but nothing that I would say publicly about him. Or rather, I wouldn't tell you. I'll put it that way. Because that's not for you to know. Basically, that's me saying I don't want to answer your question. Simple as that. Investments are open if anybody wants to invest their tickets. Basically, I don't like to, dump information about my family directly into chat without their permission. No. Okay, maybe to answer your question then, I wouldn't do that. And also, I still am not going to answer your question. If I had to write a biography about my dad, what would I say about him? I won't tell you, is what I will tell you. There's lots of things I'll say about my dad, not to you, because that's not information for you. Funny to see how that works. YouTube is a fucked up back end. I miss the old uploader. The old uploader was so much easier. It had everything on one page and was much more convenient and simple. Then they uploaded or changed the uploader. Now it's like, this functions. Is a pain in the ass. You used to be able to like queue up multiple videos. He doesn't have too long left. See, my dad is like in his 60s and rides a racing bike to work. My dad's doing just fine. But the reason I have such a flat response to that is because like there's certain things I'll say about my family, and then there's some things that are not public for the internet. And unfortunately, I know that you're well-meaning when you ask questions like that, but like I don't believe everything should be public, especially in a world where like my dad doesn't put any of his computers on the internet. So anything that I would theoretically write in a book like that wouldn't be given to you, and certainly would not be public and would not be stated on this stream, because that's exposing information without his permission. So, no. Also, I'm pretty sure he's writing his own biography. Although I can't read his penmanship because it's like super fancy script. So unless he types it up, won't be able to read it. Takes longer than the upload itself. Oh yeah, it absolutely does. It's bullshit. Just link its biography when it's done. I doubt it'll be on the internet. I'm just gonna, I'll be blunt. I doubt it'll be on the internet. Although I think my dad's more likely to write a book about philosophy than a biography to publish. His life's not that interesting. My Oma should write a biography though. She fucking carried her son across the border in Germany. My Oma could, if she was more all there, which she's not these days, could have a movie made out of her. The shit that she went through in World War II is unthinkable. I mean, there's nothing positive about revenge. The only thing that you get out of revenge is momentary satisfaction and then emptiness. Seeking revenge is the most pathetic human habit that we have. But yeah, Spitalier, it's funny hearing that you're uploading a YouTube video too, because like most of my uploading stuff isn't actually done with YouTube. I use an extension called TubeBuddy, which does the vast majority of that shit for me. There is some stuff I need to fill out, but most of it's automatically filled out. Yeah, I don't speak Italian, so I wouldn't know. But I don't know. Not the kind of book I would read to begin with. The only books I really read these days are technical manuals. Like, I read science papers on a few that I find linked through Reddit. And I read Jess has slipped into depression. That's not good. She won't go nuts though. I read science papers and I read technical manuals. And I read like schematics, but I don't really read anything else. You played Dante's Inferno? I'm sorry, Spitalier. Wouldn't I read my dad's book? I'm pretty sure I stated earlier I don't think he's going to make it digital, and I can't read his penmanship, so doubtful. If he typed it up on a keyboard, on a computer, and then put it onto paper, then I could read it. Otherwise, I can't read script. Why would he publish it? I highly doubt he'll publish it. I would be shocked if he did. My dad writes for himself. I don't write for anybody else. Not everything needs to be published. Not everything needs to be public. Not everything needs to be available for public consumption. Some of the most valuable things in life can be made for yourself and nobody else. You know? Like, I do things off stream that will never be public, that I could make part of my stream, that I could make money off of, that I could provide to the public, but I don't give a shit because it's for me, it's not for you. And, like, that's the way it will stay. Keeping things for yourself can be looked at as being selfish, but I see it as self-preservation in some cases, because we need things that we keep to ourselves just as people to function. So, no, I don't think he ever would. Especially because, like, you know, you're talking to somebody who's going blind and reading is getting harder for me. Which is part of the reason why I read manuals, because, like, I like, the last paper I read was a paper on genetics about, like, genetically altering mice to be better at certain things. Anyway, that part aside, CRISPR-Cas9 stuff. That aside, I didn't actually read it. I used Microsoft SAM and listened to it. So, like, I'm at a point now where I can't read as easily. Why is it sad? It's not lost if no one cares, right? It's only sad if it's known. Why is it your place to be sad that someone decided to make a thing and didn't want to share it? Why is that sad? If I write a piece of music and never want to release it because I want to keep it for myself, who gives a fuck? There's so many brilliant minds. Not everybody needs to make everything that they have public. Not everybody needs to give everything that they have away. Some people just want to make a thing for the satisfaction of making the thing and just having that thing and being able to keep that thing. You know, like my wood carvings. You'll never see any of them. Simple as that. Doesn't need to be shared. If someone I know decides to write something and never releases it, who cares? If an author wants to release a thing, they can release a thing. If someone wants to paint a painting and put it on their wall and keep it for themselves, let them do that. If someone wants to write a book, no, I think it's beautiful. I think it is the polar opposite of sad. I think it's beautiful. Keeping something for yourself that you've made, that you enjoy, that gives you life fulfillment, is the most beautiful thing a human can do for themselves. Seeing it as sad means you need to go make more for yourself. Do something for yourself. I mean, I have shitty drawings that I drew when I was like 7 or 8 that my Oma still has up on her fridge. Sad part is I don't think she knows that I've painted them anymore. Just making sure that these doors are safe. I think I've made this waterfall a lot safer. Let's see, what you see as selfishness, I see as claiming something as a personal treasure, and I think that there's nothing wrong with that. That's a little terrifying, the way you worded it like that, but also kind of beautiful. Svitalier. My mom has a picture of me making a little, trying to smile as a 4-year-old, in a little frame with sparkles around it that apparently I made in Sunday school one Christmas. That is like, I think it's on one of her filing cabinets that she has for her work stuff, which I apparently made when I was like 4 and have no memory of. But I get to see it every time I go over to her house, so I will always remember that stupid thing. But I am of the belief that if a person would like to share their work, then by all means they should share it. But if a person would like to keep their work and not share their work, same statement. You know, like if somebody would like to publish a thing and get recognition for a thing that they've done, that's awesome and wonderful. But if somebody wants to make a thing and keep it and enjoy it and simply enjoy the process of making the thing, I think that that's equally as beautiful. No, you're not taking away agency from other people. You are treasuring something for yourself. We live in a modern world where everything is available and public and shared. And that's awesome for knowledge. It's awesome for learning. It's awesome for making friends internationally. But it's horrible for privacy. Right? If somebody wants to make something for themselves, they are obliged to share it in our modern culture. And this is something I have to fight the tendency for on a daily basis. I find a hobby, within 6 months I've made it into part of my work, and it no longer feels like a hobby and stops being fun because it is shared, public, and available. I do that with the with my records. I've done that with video games. I've done that with more or less every hobby I've ever had has been worked into this business somehow. And I have nothing left for myself because everything is public. Which is why there are things I create that I've made the executive decision I will never share with you. It'll never be public, it'll never be available, and you will never see it. Because it's the only way that I can still get satisfaction out of making a thing and just having it. And if you think that that's sad, then you haven't been in my position. And I think my dad very much understands that. Maybe he'll release something. Who knows? But at this point, the way he talks about his writing when him and me go on hikes, nah, I very much doubt it. I would be shocked if he did. Well, yes, that's because you work in an industry where you have to make your work public. Otherwise, you don't get paid to make it. If you keep it for yourself, that's no longer science, that's government research. And even then. Exactly. But would you want every person who has an even remote interest to know every intimate detail of your private life if you wrote a biography? Would you want that? Because, you know, like, I stream full-time, right? I spend thousands of hours, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of my life broadcasting myself and my brain thoughts splattered out into the internet. And you know what? I hate it. I've got no privacy anymore. Don't get me wrong. I love what I do, and I'm not going to stop. But I miss my privacy. I really, really miss my privacy. I haven't had privacy in a decade. I haven't been left alone in a decade. It is almost impossible for me to simply make a thing for me and not share it, which makes everything devoid of fun. Everything feels like work. There is no minute-to-minute enjoyment of simply doing a thing anymore. I play a video game off stream and I feel guilty because I'm not streaming it. I fucking plant some seedlings and I feel bad if I don't take pictures of them. I've been streaming for 8 years as of next month. So basically a decade, yeah. But there are channels on Twitch that have like 120, 130 month resubs now. So yes, streaming has been going on that long. But that lack of privacy, it's just called streaming. Literally you can like rewind through my life via my YouTube channel or clips or archived footage on other channels or podcasts or everything, because I'm not a particularly private person. I just kind of talk about what's going on in my life. It's hard to explain unless you've been in this position, but I don't have any privacy anymore. If something's going on, people will know about it. And that's just the way it is. It's the way it's going to continue. Combine that with just the way the internet is these days. Yeah, there's no privacy. I don't understand why I need to give you some history. If you know how the internet works, you'll know how. I'm sure you can research that yourself if you actually gave a shit. You'd probably know, actually, because I would vanish for long periods of time and you'd wonder why. It's why everybody who watches me, more or less, knows that I'm legally blind and have diabetes. Because I vanished for 2 weeks because I was in hospital with the diabetes. So, yes, you probably would. I may not state exactly what it was, but you probably would. Because I would have talked about it at some point. Because I stream 8 to 10 hours a day. Anyway, I think incredibly differently than you, and I completely vehemently disagree with your statement that it's sad that people like to keep things. Yes, you do, because there are videos of me hiking on my YouTube channel. Also, I've lifted my knees up. There are full-body photos of me on the internet, too. Clothed, obviously, but there are definitely pictures of me where you've seen my legs. So yes, you would know if I had legs. I'm like, no fun? Well, then stop watching. Go watch somebody else. Because I'll continue to be here. Ooh, CDDA. We need tests. This video is only available on YouTube and age restricted. Why is it age restricted? What? Why did you age restrict your own video? Oh, damn. I'm watching a nuke blow up in CDDA. You can watch it on YouTube via the Discord channel if you like. Neat. And apparently I have hiccups. Hey, Cuglor. Humans have legs? I mean, it's a known fact that when we sign our Twitch contract, Twitch removes our legs and gives us a floating hover unit. The reason a lot of people have gone to Facebook and other platforms is because they get their legs back. Duh. Well, then don't tell me I'm no fun, and respect my opinions, and don't tell me that my opinions are sad, Gun. Because there's certain information that should be public, and I completely agree with you. It's called science. But people should be allowed privacy, and people should be allowed to have things that they treasure to themselves without sharing it. And our culture, and the way the world has been for the past 20 years, is completely counterintuitive to that, and it is one of the few ways that people can actually get happiness in this world. And Jess is throwing a tantrum. God damn it. Well, at least I pulled her out of the military. Where did you go? There you are. Beat up Vim. It's okay, Vim can take it, I think. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, don't go beat them up, because they will beat the crap out of you. How is that any different? Calling my thoughts sad and my opinions sad, or considering them sad? How is that not the same thing? One count of disorderly conduct against Jess. Okay, but from my point of view, how is that any different? You're still stating that a thing is sad, and you feel that a thing is sad. How is that any different from my point of view? You are directly guilting me for liking to keep things to myself sometimes. And respectively, directly at my dad as well. Right? Also, I like your name, Slightly Irresponsible. That is a wonderful username. Shoutouts. So if I say that someone in my family probably wouldn't release his writing if he ever finished it, You say that that's sad, and you feel that that is sad. I do the exact same thing. I make things that I don't want to state publicly that I will never release. It's not for you, it's for me. No one will ever see it, and I don't care. And that's on you for saying it's sad and making me feel bad for enjoying things for myself. That's it. Sorry, what about pizza topping? Oh, I mean, Pilot. If you shame people for enjoying having pineapple on their pizza, then you can kindly take a pineapple and shove it up your bum. Anyway, with that aside, pineapple on pizza is fucking delicious. Sod off, you twat. Now, how many disorderly conduct things did you get? 2. Okay. How long of a prison sentence are you getting? Please go to prison. Don't get beaten. 29 days in prison and a beating. Well, I mean, we can deal with that. No. Hold on. I should probably read the whole thing before I start responding. Okay. I completely realize what you are trying to say. But the act of stating a word publicly has meaning, right? You say that you feel is something sad, but you're not saying it's sad. You are contradicting what you've said, right? So regardless of how you feel, that's not how it affects me. You have stated that something I enjoy doing is sad, and you feel that way, emotionally. That is guilting me. Regardless of whether or not that's your intention, that is the effect those words have. You are guilting a person. Durian's the real deal. I've never had durian on pizza, but you know what? I wouldn't mind trying it. God damn it. I don't know how else to explain it to you, Gonbaran. But if you state that you feel that something is sad, now every single time I go to do my hobbies that I try very, very, very hard to keep away from this stream. No, not at all. Bastet. If you state that you feel that is sad once, I will remember that because I have a freakishly good memory. And now every time I go to talk with my dad about his writing, which he keeps private, or when I go to, I'm not even going to say what it is, when I go to take part in the things I like to make that I don't share with the chat, I'm going to remember that. That some person in the world believes that what I am doing is sad. So just remember that your words have power, right? Regardless of what you mean to say. That you believe in your heart that somebody keeping something for themselves because it gives them enjoyment and happiness is sad. Now that is fucking sad. Anyway, deep thought moment over. But no, you're not making me hungry, Bastet. I ate a pretty big breakfast of oatmeal and a boiled egg, so I'm pretty good. God damn that poor dwarf. What's said is said. Right, Gon? What's said is said. And, you know, you can always apologize and take things back and whatnot, but once something has been said, it's been said. Okay, well, I am a depressed, probably manic on a good day white kid who lives in Canada. And would you like me to give you a lecture on how my brain works and how I remember things that people have said about my work and the way I act? Because things stick to me. Any Dwarf Fortress on tutorials you point people to, you're sitting here watching icons dance around, but you can't tell people to work. I usually just say read the Getting Started guide on the wiki because that is the most up-to-date and probably the most comprehensive guide you'll ever get. But if you are more of a visual learner, watch Krug Smash's Your First Fortress. It's just Krug Smash and then Your First Fortress on YouTube. And then if you need more advanced stuff, Salford Sal's got a lot of good stuff, but I don't recommend watching tutorials on YouTube in general. Yeah, Kugler, if you could say that again. But yeah, I don't recommend people watch tutorials because the majority of the tutorials on YouTube are made by people who don't play the game very much. And are there primarily just to get a lot of views. Like if you just go to YouTube and type in Dwarf Fortress tutorial, you'll get people that are word for word reading the Getting Started guide while kind of loosely playing along and giving a lot of out-of-date and wrong information in the process. So I don't generally recommend tutorials. I personally don't make them myself because I'm a masochist, but I'm not that much of a masochist. But yes, I will say this. If you are a linguist, you will know that your words have power. And even once words have been taken back, they're still there. They've still been said. Yeah, it's that worked. I like watch the introduction and then read the wiki from there forward. Like that's probably your best bet. If you need a link, let me know. But just Krug Smash and then Your First Fortress. Oh, sure. But do you want me to talk to you about how stuff gets lost in translation in Twitch chat and also how my mind works? I don't need a lecture. In fact, if you start to lecture me, I'll probably just time you out because I really don't want a lecture. I'll be completely blunt. You need to factor in just how my head works. You've been dreaming of making a DF tutorial for a while? Yeah, do it. Why not? You've tried to probably start this game 15 times. I mean, for whatever it's worth, slightly irresponsible. The first time I installed Dwarf Fortress was about 2009. I lasted about 30 minutes, and then I Alt F4'd and deleted it. I tried again in like 2011. Same more or less situation. Tried again in around 2012. Same situation. Tried again in probably sometime in 2013, 2014-ish, and kind of got to the point where I could generate a world and read some legends. And then beyond that point, I continued working forward and made it to the point where I could sort of start a fort and kind of gave up. And then I stopped for a couple of years and then got heavily into the game in about 2017. So, you know. As somebody who watches and has watched a lot of streams, I know exactly what your position is, Gunbergen. Oh, there's lots of good ones, just they're all out of date. That's the problem. Before you were following? Gotcha. I'm glad you stuck around. Through my weird brain functionality and lack of. But no, I watched streams on Twitch fanatically for years before I started streaming because Twitch kind of came into its existence in about 2010 through Justin TV. And that was around when I started watching streams, and I didn't start streaming until 2013, and even in 2013 I didn't stream that much, and then I was homeless in 2014 for a bit, so I watched a lot of streams on my phone off of public Wi-Fi and Tim Hortons mostly, because I had like 300 megs of data back then, or data, or whatever the fuck you want to say, and actually watching streams back then was difficult. So I am very well aware of what it is like to be somebody who watches a stream, and I'm also acutely aware of what it is like to be the person who streams. And I'm also acutely aware of how my brain works and how I remember things, you know? If somebody says something that my head perceives as negative, it imprints and I remember it forever. If, like, I get thousands of wonderful comments on YouTube for every month, more or less, right? I will never forget the one person who called me insufferable a couple of weeks ago. I will never forget that person. Ever. I will always remember that. I don't even like DOS Tactics tutorials too much because he recommends too many external tools. And that's kind of the same problem I have with Salford Sal's videos, is they're all like, yeah, install DFhack. Stop! That's all. If you're watching a tutorial that tells you to install an external tool, just learn how to play the video game, then install the assists, because they're more like advanced tools for people who want to min-max, not for actual noobs. It's quite misleading. Tiny Goliath is mayor again, and you want a ring. We have a new mayor again. Peter got booted out of office. But Captain Duck was another one of the tutorial peoples who apparently is going to make tutorials again once the Steam version comes out, so that'll be interesting. The naturalist Ghost has discovered the origin of rainfall through evaporation and condensation. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think about that, but that too, yeah. Right, depletion. I mean, Krug Smash's most viewed video is his tutorial. It's got over 1 million views now. And then, like, he's a cool dude, but Nucrium's tutorials bother the crap out of me because it's literally just him, like, verbatim reading the wiki, and he calls it a tutorial. It's like, it's not a fucking tutorial. But, you know, here we are. I wasn't planning on asking. Yes, I'm well aware of this. It is based. You are rewriting your own history every single time you think back on something. Yes, and I'm well aware of how that works because I've done a lot of reading on how the mind works. What is your point? Exactly. Of mansplaining to me how my brain works. You're pretty shit at rewriting your own history. Just rewrite your history so that you're a cartoon character. That's a big oolinku. You want to know a secret, Bastet? With Amazon, if you go into the URL and remove everything beyond ref equals, it still works. And you're not going to get a bajillion lines. Also, do yourself a favor and don't buy musical instruments on Amazon. Just you don't know what you're getting. You'll probably have just about as much luck buying musical instruments on AliExpress. Just don't buy musical instruments on Amazon, please. You're Homer Simpson. Hi, Homer. Hey, it's better to be Homer Simpson than oh God, what's the name of the guy from Family Guy? I can't actually remember. It's been a while. I gotta screenshot these for Stone. Peter Griffin. That's it. Yeah, I haven't watched that show in a very long time. Are you like strumming it right now, Ergo? I don't know what your local stores are, but find a local music store where you can go in and try the musical instruments. Because you want to hold it first. You want to feel it first. You want to touch it first. You want to know whether or not it's worth it. You did not know about the ref thing? The reference thing is literally just like, oh, those are all your cookies, right? Those are your search keywords and everything. I mean, hell yeah. There we go. I don't know. It's just, please don't buy instruments on Amazon. I don't know. I think that the other reason I say please don't buy instruments on Amazon is it also makes it way too easy to like impulse buy a thing, right? And if you go and try it first, you're less likely to just impulse buy. You know what I mean? I mean, who doesn't want to fuck a guitar? I mean, if you got the opportunity to fuck a guitar, would you? Come on. Come on. No, I don't know what you're accusing me of, says Ergo. But yeah, as far as the way the mind works and all of that, you are completely correct. But it's also nowhere near that simple, right? Oh, you can just change a thing. Yes. Yes, you can. Is it ever going to work that way? Potentially, for some people. So when people start explaining to me how my head works, I just fucking roll my eyes at them. Because, yes, I know. And is it going to change anything? Absolutely not. I mean, you know, El Duderino. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? An anthropomorphized guitar? No, I mean just a guitar. Or a violin, or viola, maybe. The drum set, a set of drums broken. Oh shit, that sucks, dude. That shit sucks. Humiliated and ashamed after being put into prison. I don't know what I can do with Jess. No, change isn't up to chance, in my experience. Change is up to you. That's it. The question is, are you physically and mentally capable of putting in the effort to make that change? That's the question. And also, does the person have the desire to make that change? You know, there are elements of this job that I fucking hate. I could stop tomorrow. Will I? No. Fuck no. Absolutely not. Because I have the coolest job in the world. Right? But that's up to me. Just like fixing my head. Could I go to therapy and get a better therapist instead of like dumping therapist after therapist after therapist, which is all I've done for the past year. I'm between therapists right now. Could I go to therapy, get put on pills, and fix my brain? Probably. Do I want to? Not really. Is it the right decision? Fuck no. Probably not. But that's up to me, not up to anybody else. So, the world that we live in and the way our brains work is unique to our own head. It's kind of fun. That's also true. Like, if you find something on Amazon that you want to buy, see if that brand will sell it to you directly, because you might get a better price. If I knew about all of this shit that would happen to me because of, you know, being an underpaid Twitch streamer, probably wouldn't have started in the first place. But now that I'm here, I have the coolest job in the world. I ain't giving that up. I actually, guitar right here. It's a pretty nice acoustic guitar. I haven't played it in a very long time. I did actually take it out and tune it recently, but the reason I don't play it now is because, well, I stab my fingers with needles 5 times, 6 times, 7 times a day. I can't touch those strings without my hands immediately breaking all of the slightly healing scabs on my fingers, and then my fingers start bleeding immediately, and it's exceptionally painful, so absolutely not. I will probably not play that again for a very long time, if ever. Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share civilization information added to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as last year. A little bit of all the wood until I can get the forges up and running. And silver. Actually, I don't need silver. What do I need? Oh, buy electrum. The dwarves don't have as cool metals. I mean, it's something that theoretically I could get over. The amount of effort I would have to put into getting over it would be fun. You want to know why the tech is surprisingly archaic? Is because America has the patents on all that shit. It's literally the reason why. Anyway. With a bow is a thing? I also own a cello, so I could also just, play my cello. But, no offense, chat. I will never do a music stream, I don't think. That's for me, not for you. Kavish says, farewell, Tiny Goliath. I look forward to our meeting next year, unless Peter's elected again. Because they've been alternating, which would be neat. And also, a lot of people suffer from type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is actually kind of rare. I mean, how about just death to pharmaceutical companies? Like, America isn't the only country with that problem. They're just a major one. How do I feel about a drunk stream? I used to drink on stream quite frequently. I don't do that anymore. And fuck no. I will occasionally have a beer on stream, but drunk? Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. How do you feel about drunk driving? Because, you just drive by instinct. That's kind of what you just asked me. Yes. Thank you for correcting me. That is the actual correct way to say it. But it's a subject that just angers me, so I just blab. But yes, you are correct. Did that dwarf just fall down my stairs? I think that dwarf just fell down my stairs. But yes, K. Bailey, you are correct. It is the corporations that hold the patents, not the country. Cuba's kind of a place I would like to visit. I'll put it that way. And I'm a type 1 diabetic who lives alone. And enough alcohol to make me drunk could kill me in my sleep. Gone. So, me getting drunk on stream, stop streaming. Like, I can have a beer, but that's not drunk. Drunk stream? Yeah, no, that could kill me. Like, I can have a beer or two, but I can have a glass of whiskey maybe, but I can't get drunk. It's actually dangerous for me to be drunk. Oh, of course there is. Who fucking cares? I have, like, a Humalog and Basic Lar. I don't need an open source version. Why are we talking about my health concerns? Fuck off with that shit. You suggested a drunk stream, so you asked how I feel about it. I responded with how I feel about it. It depends on where you're driving. To be fair, Gun, I lost 2 friends in a drunk driving incident, but it depends on where you're driving, I suppose. If you're driving in northern Canada, you're more likely to hit a bear than a person. But if you're driving in a city, yes, you are quite likely to hurt somebody else. But in my instance, that would probably kill me. I was just trying to. That was just the first example I could think of related to drinking. But no, I will have maybe a beer on stream, and I will do that infrequently. But I will never drink and get drunk on stream again. You would have had to watch me in like 2016 for that, where I got so drunk I fell out of my chair once. Drunk driving would be suicide by hitting a moose. I know somebody who hit a moose on a motorcycle and survived because he hit it. It was a friend of mine's growing up's dad. Hit it, bounced over, and then landed in a bush in the ditch. And like broke his back in 2 places. And the moose just like stayed there and like mauled the motorcycle for a bit and walked away. Like the moose was kind of fine. Or at least they didn't find a dead moose. So did a child just beat up an owl? A child just punched an owl. Well, punched an owl in the upper body and its injured part collapses. Get him, Dominoc. He's going to want to go to the hospital. If he goes to the hospital. Yeah, dwarf children are scary. You don't want to get punched by a kid. You could punch a dwarf child and they'll just like, or a dwarven child can just like punch you and your leg will explode into a mass of gore. Also, to be clear, Gun, I'm not mad at you and I'm not like trying to argue with you. This is just a passionate discussion is what I would call it. Or as my grandma would call it, an Irish chatter, because I'm partially Irish. Irish chatter, or the gift of gab. The ability to berate somebody without realizing it. So if you need me to shut up, just tell me. I really don't want to piss people off more than I do already. All right, let's delete grab all those. Is there anything else I need? Bring anything fun? I brought a cat. I haven't had a cat in the fort in a while. Nah, heaven's overrated. Heaven's overrated. Don't believe in any of that shit. I don't, you know, I like pictures of cats. I like looking at cats. I will occasionally pet a cat if I run into one outside. But if you're telling me that Limbo is where all the cats are, like if every single cat dies and goes to Limbo, imagine how much cat hair would be piled up in that place. Like even if it's like an endless plane of existence, right? Like let's just imagine it's like prairies, right? Just like a flat place of nothing, maybe with sky. There would be like thousands and thousands and thousands of cats per mile. Or kilometer, or whatever you want to say. And there would be kilograms of cat hair on the ground. That sounds like a nightmare. Yo, like, I'd rather go to hell. I'd rather get just, like, set on fire for all eternity than have to live in a mountain of cat hair for the rest of my existence. But all real cats go to hell? I mean, they certainly would... most house cats commit the sin of gluttony quite a bit, so... Well, maybe that's what fuels the fires of hell, Aqua. I need vests. 3 leather vests. The burning cat hair fuels the fires of hell. All right. There we go. You'd never get that cat hair off your tongue. Yeah, it'd be awful. I'm not allergic to cats. I just find cats kind of annoying. How goes the pumping? Well, we're building the pumps currently. We're making progress. Making progress, I would say. How goes the aqua? Aqua. Pump up the jam. Pump it up. Get this party. That's. Thanks. It's in my head now. It's your fault. Hey, okay. That's where we stop. All right. Here we go down. Also get rid of this layer. And over here it goes over to there. And that's where we will continue. I think that's about right. And then right there. Now let's just do upstairs, downstairs. Wait, no, up downstairs. Up to here and downstairs. Perfect. Your bank decided to decline all of your auto charges against your debit card, although there is plenty of money. So that's fine. That sucks. Why'd your bank decide to do that? Is that Venga Boys? I have no fucking idea. The only Venga Boys song that I know off the top of my head is Boom Boom Boom, which is I Want You in My Room. Let's spend the night together forever in my room is the only Venga Boy. Where's that Village People? I don't actually know. I think that's Venga Boys, right? Who wrote Pump Up the Jam? Now I need to look this up. This is your fault. Pump up. Oh no, it's Technotronic. It's Technotronic. Yeah. Duh. Let's pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stomping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more. And get the party going on the dance floor. See? Because that's where the party's at. And you'll find it if you do that. Anyway, I actually don't mind Technotronic. They're pretty okay. I mean, if you want to see like some amazing lyrics, just go look up some dope lyrics. Those are the actual, like, genuinely trash lyrics. One of my favorite things. Actually, hold on. I can find this on the internet.
Keep rolling, roll. And now a reading from the most important philosopher of our time, Fred Durst, Esquire, Junior, Senior. All right, partner, keep on rolling, baby. You are aware of what time it currently is. Throw your hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Chocolate starfish. Keep on rolling, baby. Move in now, and then proceed
Rest
to
in
move
peace,
out.
sweet lad.
Hands up now, hands down. Back up, please, back up. Tell me what you're going to do now. Breathe in now, and then proceed to breathe out, as it would appear. Hands up, and yet then hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me, make me aware of what you plan to do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. What? Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Come on. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Yes. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Now,
Also,
I'm aware y'all be loving this.
Side note, the most upvoted comment on this is a friend of mine, Horath Drak. Which is kind of funny. I didn't actually realize that. I guess because there's also not that many comments because TB's wife turned on the comments when he passed away.
This shit right here. LIMP Biscuit is in this particular vicinity. People in the house put one's hands in the air. You see, it's important to note that if you don't care, then we will also proceed to not care. 1, 2, 3 times 2 equals 6. Basic mental arithmetic, dear. Jolts in you for your fix with the Limp Biscuit mix. So, where the fuck you at? Punk, I would request that you shut the fuck up. And, if possible, back the fuck up while we proceed to fuck this track up. Throw your hands up. Throw your hands up. I made it perfectly clear that you should throw your hands up. If you wouldn't mind too terribly, throw your hands up. Move in, now proceed to move out. Hands up now, hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you plan on doing at the moment. Breathe in now, breathe out. Hands up, and then hands down. Back up, twice if possible. And then make me aware of what you plan on doing at this moment. Breathe in, now, breathe out, once again. Hands up, now, hands down. This should be becoming fairly routine for you at this point. Back up, and then back up. Tell me what you're going to do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Pardon? Keep rolling, 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 rolling. If you wouldn't mind. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Yes. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
I cannot describe how happy this makes me.
I have to ask, do you wish to mess with Limp Bizkit? Because you cannot, in fact, mess with Limp Bizkit. You see, we do get it on every day and every night. Do you see this platinum thing right here? Well, we're doing that always, all the time. So you'd better get some better beats and, if possible, some better rhymes. We got the game set, so I would suggest that you don't complain yet. 24/7, never begging for a rain check. We don't know what a rain check is. This is England. Old school soldiers who have chosen to pass up the hot shit, that a rock shit, and bounce in the mosh pit. Throw your hands up. I said throw your hands up. I thought I'd made this perfectly clear. Hold your hands up. Indeed, throw them up. Now, move in. Yes, and move out. Hands up, hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you're planning on doing right now. Breathe in, breathe out, and hands up, then hands down. Back up, and again. Tell me what your intentions are. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Come on. Keep rolling,
He also has a
rolling,
cover of Santa
rolling,
Baby
rolling.
if you go digging.
Seems reasonable. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Yes, and keep rolling, 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 rolling. Now, Hey, ladies, and hello, gentlemen, and the people that do not give a fuck. All the lovers, and since we preach tolerance, all the haters, and all of the people that call themselves players, hot mamas, and pimp daddies, as they say, and the people rolling up in Cadillacs. Hey, rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody all around the world. Move in, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you're going to do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, yes, yes. Tell me what you're planning on doing at this point. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. We understand. I keep rolling, 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 rolling. How quaint. And keep rolling, 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 rolling. Please continue the activity of the rolling, 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 rolling. Yes. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
This was a charity
rolling,
thing that he did.
Rolling, and utterly unsurprisingly at this point, rolling.
Actually, I think it was like if Jesse raised $100,000 or something, he would read this. But yeah, it was like a charity event thing. But yeah, he's also got a cover of Santa Baby. If you want to hear him legitimately sing Santa Baby, you can find that on the internet if you dig. Swinging pickaxes through the caverns. It's so good, man. Ugh. Well, I mean, the things you do for charity, right, Jan? The things you do for charity. I still listen to everything that Jesse does. Well, I listen to all of his podcasts. I've never been big on his YouTube videos, but not much of a Let's Plays person, but I listen to all of his podcasts. I think. Actually, no, I don't listen to his Star Wars podcast because I couldn't give a shit, but or his D&D stuff. But I do listen to like Cox and Crendor and Chilluminati. Well, him and Crendor have a podcast called Cox and Crendor, which has kind of turned more into like Jesse Cox's mental health podcast, where he talks about how messed up his brain is and trying to fix himself, with Crendor, who's much better at self-care stuff. Although it's more of just like a random nonsense podcast. There's Chilluminati, which he does with Mathis Games and whatever his name is, which is where they talk about conspiracy theories and ghost stories, and sometimes true crime stuff. Then, what else is he on? I listened to another podcast that he does, but I'm blanking on what it's called. But yeah, he's on a few podcasts. But I highly recommend Chilluminati if you like ghost stories and true crime stuff, which is just Chill Illuminati. So it's just CH Illuminati. And then what's the word? And then just Cox and Crendor is just great. But yeah, those are the podcasts that he does that I listen to primarily. It's Cox and Crendor and Chilluminati. He's also like founded a video game company. Like him and Dodger are like have made a company that is making an FMV game, supposedly. Still, when he professed his love to his... I'll have you know, Jesse's greatest moment was when I met Jesse, and I asked for a photo, and then he proceeded to smile, and I said, nah, just make the dumbest face you can, so we both made big, like, frowny faces, and it was fun. That was Jesse's greatest moment, I'll have you know, because he met me. Not that I matter. Yes, but the confessing love to Felicia Day on Co-optional was pretty good. I listened to every single episode of Co-optional. And the Game Station podcast when it was called that. Uh-oh, we're mining. Subscribe to those two, but you're so far behind now. No, I understand that, yeah. Co-optional ended about a year after Total Biscuit passed away because for some reason or another, Jenna Bain, and like I kind of don't blame her for this, but like his widow took over hosting, and she completely changed the format of the show. So it went from being a, like 3-hour show with like an hour of banter and then a bit of news, and then they talk about what they were playing and then they do news kind of in the end, right? She completely removed the banter section and what they're playing and made it strictly into an hour-long news podcast, and it just fell apart. It lasted for a bit, but like it just kind of ceased being relevant after a while because she kind of removed everything that was like interesting and fun about those personalities talking and changed it into purely a news show, which is it's fine. But no, co-optional is defunct for a couple of years now. Yeah, I started watching TB when he was covering Cataclysm. And the reason I was watching him cover Cataclysm wasn't because I was playing Cataclysm. I wasn't allowed to play Cataclysm because that was rated M, I think. And also it had to be paid for monthly. I wasn't allowed to play Total Biscuit. Or I wasn't allowed to play any MMOs that cost money. I don't know what my brain is wording right now. Anyway, I wasn't allowed to play games like that for a variety of reasons, most of them logical. And I eventually just kind of gave up, but I still wanted to talk with my friends about them. So what I would do is I would watch all the videos I could. So I watched Total Biscuits and Jesse Cox's videos of Cataclysm. And then just, I think I've seen every single WTF is. Like, I remember the first WTF is, which was just like a random-ass little indie point and click. I've been mulling over toxicology, and it makes me very anxious. I'm going to take you out of this job because it's clearly not working for you, Dwarf. And give you mining. Give you something else to do. Yeah, I tried really hard to keep watching after TV passed away. Like, I kind of was like, I will keep well, I'm not watching, but listening. I was like, I will keep this in my feed, and I will keep listening to the episodes as they come out, but yeah, I eventually fell off. Like, it went from getting like 20 to 30,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch and a couple 100,000 views on YouTube for the podcast down to like less than 1,000 viewers on Twitch and only like she changed the name of the Twitch channel from Total Biscuit to Jenna Bain too, which I don't think helped. But she changed the name, and it went down to getting like less than 10,000 views on YouTube. So it's just like financially, I don't think it made sense anymore to continue it. Kind of depressed you too much? Yeah, no, I understand that. Found it reassuring? I mean, it's a wonderful little series. I'm not much of a Let's Play person. Like, if they streamed that, I totally would have watched the streams, but I think I've watched episode 1 and 2 and 3 of their Terraria series like a half dozen times, but I've never finished it. Never read into it more than that. One thing that makes me really sad about TB passing away when he did, and this is more just about dumb video game shit, is he promised that he would promote the hell out of a Doom the Roguelike remake. But, you know, obviously passed away before Jupiter Hell got released in any way. And every single time a cool looking Warhammer game comes out, I'm always like, man, TB would have loved this. I'm getting sidetracked. I wonder if anybody's going to try and do that with Longdeath when I pass away. I kind of wonder about that sometimes. Like, I do wonder. Because I know some people have said that they've started watching the first few episodes of Longdeath again. That actually watched the live streams. But we'll see. But, you know, I've also listened to every single episode of the Giant Bombcast. I want to say 2 or 3 times. Jess is tantruming again. How strong are you, Jess? Not that strong. Certainly not weak, though. Also, Jess got her charity stream goal, so hell yeah. $667 she's raised for charity. Which means she's going to throw a pie at her face at some point. I don't know when, but she's going to take another pie to the face. No disorderly conduct, just tantrumed for a bit. That sucks. What time of year are we at? Late autumn? I don't know. If I can be a fraction of importance to a few people as TB was to me, then I'm successful as far as I'm concerned. Why did I miss a block on that? What the heck? Weird. But I don't know. TB wasn't my first experience of a creator that I liked passing away, so it's gonna happen again. I mean, I've talked about this guy a couple times recently even, but Antisocial Fat Man was the first creator on the internet that I watched who passed away. I just want to vanish and hopefully nobody notices. Gone. But this guy, I still go back and watch his videos. I talked about him the other day, but this guy. He passed away 10 years ago? 9 years ago? 9 years ago. He was like one of the first, like, that guy, if he'd kept making videos, would have been like Mandalore Gaming. Like, he's that kind of style of like well-written review. But it's really funny because like if you go to his YouTube channel, you watch his first few reviews, like at a point he kind of was able to get up to 15 minutes, but his first stuff, like his early stuff, it's all less than 10 minutes because that was back when 10 minutes was the most you could upload to YouTube. So like his Fear review is 9 minutes and 55 seconds. And then he started doing like multiple parts. And then like eventually like he started to be able to do 15 minutes because YouTube upped it to 15 minutes. And then his he did that narrated playthrough of System Shock. But then after that, like they upped it higher, and then it started doing like 15 longer than 15 minutes or like 18 minutes. Then like the last few were like 20 something minutes because YouTube like uncapped the amount of time, so we had a 20 minute and then a 21 minute. But Chez la vie, rest in peace, man. His videos are still good, too. Yeah, I don't give a shit about what my legacy will be, is because I'm dead. So when I die, I don't really care. I don't really care about what other people think because it's not going to affect me because I will be dead. But what doesn't stop me from being curious. Does not stop me from being curious. Dwarves are putting crafts away. All right. Just gonna get rid of all of these ramps. And then I should... Yeah, you know what? We're going to dig this around here. Just doing a fun little pattern, because I can. And then that up here is going to be where we're going to go up through. Yes, that should work. Yes, that'll work. Then a dwarf is going to come down here and dig wherever they are. They're there. Who is it? Taurus? No, not Taurus. Below Taurus. Ghost. My shoulders are achy this morning. I feel like I slept funky on my right shoulder because my right shoulder is just like oddly achy. I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to go use the restroom real quick. Is that emote a bouncing fat cat? Is that what that is? Yeah, it's a bouncing fat cat. Took me a second. Like, what the heck? What is that? Woohoo. Indeed, Aqua. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Oh shit, Rift Wizard released? Apparently Rift Wizard just left early access. What? If you don't own Rift Wizard, go buy Rift Wizard. It left early access and it's great. That's all I really have to say about Rift Wizard. What, Rift Wizard? Rift Wizard this! What, unbuying Rift Wizard? Go buy Rift. I'm terrible at this video game, but go buy it. It's great. It's like, it's $13 in Canadian funny money, which means it's probably like $11 in most places. This thing probably has like 2,000 hours worth of content in it, maybe more. There is a ridiculous amount of shit in this video game. A ridiculous amount of shit. I might do a few runs of that tonight after everything else is done, because I want to play some more Conquest of Elysium today. It's 11 US. Yeah, that seems like a very fair purchase amount for that. Man, you know, it's a weird month ish for roguelikes, right? Because in the last month, Jupiter Hell released from early access, Ultimate ADOM released from early access, and now Rift Wizard. It's an interesting month for roguelikes. Yeah. Well, Rift Wizard is now. Winter is upon us. Rift Wizard is now out of early access. I hope that game makes money. Makes enough money to pay back the time that the developer spent on it. Because that game is ridiculously good. I'm just looking up stats because I'm curious about how well it's doing post-early access. It's up to like 33 people are playing it right now, which is more than ever. God, this game has like, it's actually depressing when I look at roguelikes like this, because it's like, this is such a fucking good game, and it's like average of 5 people playing, and like less than 20, maybe 30. And right now there's 33 people playing. It's almost hitting the all-time peak, which was 35. It's like, oh my God. I don't know, this shit hurts me. It's like so few people play these games, and they're so good. Where is it on the Steam's top sellers? I'm curious. Releasing a game from early access is hard. I'll put it that way. As of 3 hours ago. And it's currently the 797th most selling game on Steam. Whereas, like, Jupiter Hell hit, like, I think it was 12. Zero players and 0 Twitch streamers? Yeah. No, I mean, you want to see another one that hurts? Another one that hurts? This one kind of hurts. Golden Crone Hotel. I can't even open it. Just gives me an error. because nobody plays this game. If I go over here, look up Golden Crown Hotel. All-time peak was 20. And like it's had some people playing it pretty recently, and I'm pretty sure that was all me. Yeah. It's a very good game. It genuinely is kind of heartbreaking, yeah. I mean, it's like these devs work on these games for literally years, and you know, no one can afford to work on them full time, and it's hard to wonder why. Also, apparently Ultimate ADOM is currently at 47 players, which is, you know, it's okay, but I've heard through the grapevine that Ultimate ADOM isn't going to get developed for very much longer. So that game's kind of done at 1.0. Sure, it'll get tinkered with. Oh no, you didn't kill anybody, did you? No, you didn't. Jess is going back to prison for disorderly conduct and vandalism. Beat somebody up. Not badly, but beat somebody up. Alien Slayer got hit pretty bad, broke a finger. But, you know, it's going to go report a crime. What a way to go report a crime. Right hand, finger. Neck is torn open and her lower arm is bruised. Oh boy. You got stitches, right? Ah, you got cloth wrapped around, and yeah, you got your stitches. Good. This dwarf is currently crawling to Tiny Goliath to go report a crime. King wants ballista arrows. Mayor wants a breastplate. I am kind of excited for whenever Caves of Cud releases from early access. I really am curious to see how well that game does. Because that, unlike most other roguelikes, that game has a pretty big player base. So I have a feeling that game will sell very well when it leaves early access. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of one of the only ones, you know, wave depletion. Like, I feel like it's just me. Like, it's not even that. It's just me. It's like I feel like there are other people that will play those games when they release, but they very rarely give them the proper time and respect. If that makes any, like, that sounds really bad, but it's kind of how I feel. It's like, it kind of feels that way. It's like, I feel like people don't necessarily give the game the time and patience that they need. Like, I was watching somebody play Jupiter Hell the other day, and like, you know, they played through a few levels and they're like, nah, and then they just kind of like bounced off. And it's like, it's kind of the on-ramp. The learning process of that game is like kind of harsh because it's very easy to play a little bit of it and be like, I feel like I've seen everything, but like I have kind of no idea in the depth that that game has. Do you remember Rift Wizard? Rift Wizard is a hard game to recommend because of the visual style. You know, kind of the style of Rift Wizard makes it difficult to recommend, but it is very good. Yeah, but it's difficult to get enjoyment out of a game like Rift Wizard or Jupiter Hell unless you put a bit of time into it, right? Like, I didn't like my first 10 hours with Rift Wizard. I really liked the second 10 hours, you know? Like, at some point, I will go back to Ultimate ADOM, and because I've heard there's another, like, Crashes fix coming. But, like, I will go back to Ultimate ADOM, and I will try and get a win. I will grind out Dwarven Warriors until we get a goddamn win on that. You bet your ass. We will do that. Jess is just getting 51 days in prison. Ah, boy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just... It's sad is all. It's sometimes hard to be a fan of a thing and then see the thing that you are a fan of just get ignored by the masses, you know? There's so much emphasis on shallow gameplay. I mean, I like a shallow game every now and again, you know? Like, I've been playing a ton of The Ramp off stream, which is a super shallow game. This, you know? It's like $6.69, so it's like $5, and it's just you skateboard around. There's no scores. There's nothing. There's a couple of maps, and you just skateboard. Super shallow game. Extremely enjoyable. And I really, 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 really like it. But like, I don't know. I just people expect all games to be an instant gratification now. I don't know. It just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks. This dwarf at the end of the line here is just upset. I'm just letting them, like, the dwarves chill for a little bit because I've been kind of working them to the bone. Yeah, no, I mean, you can still type the explanation, but we're on the same wavelength, you know? We understand each other without even having to communicate. We're just that in sync. If only I could remember some in sync lyrics, I would like hum some in sync lyrics, but I can't now that I think about it. Now that I'm trying to, I can't. You're not in a sync? Are you sure? You don't have a sinking feeling? And you're also positive that you are not swimming in a synchronized swimming pool. Pause. Not 100% sure. Okay, well, let me know once you know. My king is pondering biography, the method of writing history of a single individual. Come on, Jess. Change your personal tendencies and think differently. Also, not really a spoiler, but Kimi Räikkönen is leaving F1. As much as I enjoy Kimi Räikkönen because he's entertaining as hell, thank Christ. Someone else needs to take his spot. If you're a sponge filled with watered down gravy. I mean, maybe. I can't speak to you in your life. Maybe you're Haz, full of watered down huzzah. No problem. We'll see you when we see you, Aqua. Thanks for hanging out and spending time. Zen reached? Hell yeah. Wait. Are you playing Half-Life? If you just reached Zen. Also, that's some sort of chimera monster if I ever saw one. I'm sorry, what? Fire Imp is fighting, eh? There are Fire Imps on the map? That's a new one. I haven't seen any Fire Imps before. Apparently a lot of Hore Marmot pups, too. A bargain with a flying doom monkey that does not want you to shoot its fancy crystals. Sure, yes. Sounds like a chill individual. No, I've seen Fire Imps, just not on this map. But they must be coming out of the volcano. Well, not the volcano, the partially formed volcano underground. Because there is an open lava flow. Oy vey. When we catch some. We're not gonna catch any for a while, though. Ah, gosh. I've been standing for a bit. My knees started hurting, so I sat down. And almost immediately after I sit down, I start yawning again. I stood up because I was yawning too much. The hell is wrong with me? I don't think that Fire Imp leather is lava proof. I don't quite think that's how the game works, unfortunately. And 540 power. Let's make sure it doesn't stop at any point. There is no point where it's broken. Cool. Today's been a chill day. Yesterday was also pretty chill. It's funny how the internet works, you know? Like, you'll have weeks and weeks of like super busy streams, and then, it'll be chill for a bit. We're definitely in a chill week. Obviously, I like the busy weeks because they're entertaining, but chill weeks are fine too. Problem is I just don't have a ton to talk about today, so when chat gets quiet, I don't really know what to ramble about. I don't really know what to ramble about. The only thing I can really ramble about right now is how I think that more people should be playing Rift Wizard, but I don't think that, man, this is bumming me out now. Rift Wizard isn't even in the new and trending section. Jeez. It's not even in the new and trending section. Man. That is a bummer. Jeez. Wow. Also, although, you know what is? Do you guys know that Cookie Clicker came out on Steam? Huh. All right, then. Shoutouts to Cookie Clicker. Shoutouts to Cookie Clicker. Midwinter. All right, chat. We are super goddamn lurky. I'm going to go get my toast, and if we keep being this lurky, I might end early or maybe switch games early. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. If you are listening to the stream, which I don't think very many people are, could you please post a beer in the chat? And we'll be back. BRB. Tickets have no practical purpose, and they're simply for bragging rights about having more than other people. But what they're actually for is they're so that I can track who watches my stream and how much. And how much people watch my streams for. Hey, Zane. What's up? And it lets me, know exactly how many minutes T-Pain watched my stream for that one time. Because T-Pain has seen my stream before. Which is kind of hilarious. To me, anyway. I, at the very least, think it's very funny that T-Pain has seen my stream. So they don't do anything. Wouldn't worry about them too much. Ida's moving through and you feel kind of tired. I get that, Frog. No, like I said, some days are just quiet. That's fine. Keep making phones go off with emergency alerts and you just want to sleep through it all. I feel like if I lived in a hurricane zone, I would just get really, really baked. Who's bragging? I mean, B-Lug probably. Also, hey, Kukra. How's things? All right, so I think we'll play out the rest of this year. We'll get through winter, and then I think, unless there's any loud complaints, we'll swap over to Conquest of Elysium and try out a new race, one that I haven't tried before. I don't know who will end up playing, but then after that, if things pick up, I might do a game or two of Rift Wizard. If things don't pick up, then we'll just do that and call it. Bah. I mean, to give you an idea, that's how much watch time I have, and that's since I made this bot, which was in 2016. And I started streaming in 2013. So, it seems like the only promotion that Rift Wizard 1.0 has had is on Reddit, and that makes me really sad because that game's very good. Oh well. Hey. It is what it is. I wish I was better at Rift Wizard, but because it kind of suffers from small text syndrome. But there's also a very important Steam release today that you all need to be aware of, which is Cookie Clicker released on Steam. Speaking of, I can't because he's in the States. I want to gift Cookie Clicker to Hobo, but I can't. Because Hobo plays all of the clickers. But, anyway. Cookie Clicker is now on Steam. With 532 Steam achievements. Anyway, I just bought Cookie Clicker. Oh, wait, on Cookie Clicker or on Rift Wizard? Because Rift Wizard is extremely good. Rift Wizard is extremely good. Railroad Ink Challenge. Railroad Ink Challenge? What even is that? Why would I get repetitive strain injury by just opening up Cookie Clicker and letting it sit? I mean, I play Cookie Clicker on my computer from time to time. I'll go on binges where I'll play Cookie Clicker for a few hours. And then just like let it sit open for a couple of weeks, maybe months even, and then forget that it exists and then restart at some point. And so might as well give them the, $6 Canadian for it. Might as well do that. But I'm doing all right. Cook, it's been a lot of big think things today. A lot of big thinks, if that makes any sense. A lot of big brain conversation about life. Also, Cookie Clicker had 50 reviews, and I just refreshed it, and it has 378 reviews and 99% positive reviews. Well, in before Cookie Clicker gets into the top 10 highest reviewed games on Steam. Yes, Cook, bit of both. Definitely not smooth brain or liquid brain. Definitely more in the big brain / heavy brain. Not to be confused with heavy rain. Hi, Lurk. Me blind. Diamond. How'd the construction of those pumps go? These dwarves seem to be pretty efficient at building these pumps, and I quite like it. Damn, they done. Shit. Let's make sure there's no splits. Nope, no splits. Like, is this something you play with other people, or is this something you play alone, Zane? Back to lurking. Enjoy your lurks, dude. Although I will say this to anybody who's on the Patreon, check the Patreon, because there's a new poll up for this next month's game. It's a mystery dungeon game, Grimrock, and Starcrawlers. Oops. There we go. It's multiplayer solitaire. I mean, Nerds is multiplayer solitaire. No, the reason I'm looking is because I feel like this might be a fun thing to play with Halcyon Frequency. For after hours. I think this could be fun. Thanks for putting me towards it. Also, Hobo has pointed out a review that I agree very heavily with on Cookie Clicker on Steam. Go give the man $5. He deserves it. Yep. 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 All right, all of the walls are getting dunzos. And, of course, a dwarf gets themselves stuck. It's not a day in dwarfs unless... Two dwarves! Man, fucking 2 for 2. It's a good score. Got 2 dwarves getting themselves stuck. Good job, guys. I have to go back and check so I don't accidentally, like, lose a dwarf to stupid. You just got an Amber Alert. Are you lost, Bastet? Sorry, bad joke. Yeah, I didn't get an Amber Alert, so it can't be that nationwide. It's a 3-year-old? Oh, man. Yeah, that sounds kind of fun. Saying I will look into it. I linked it to my team, so we'll have some looks at it. Uh-oh. Let's just unsuspend that, unsuspend that, unsuspend that. Ah, fair enough. Dominoc, let's see how much there actually is to read. I can scroll up a bit. Reread some stuff, that's fine. Winds make judicious trees, if not unbent, then stronger. Dragons feel hot when knights give them kisses. Quit finagling with earbuds. Tuesdays are Tuesday. Living with aardvarks. Mowing many large lawns. What? Cats aren't related to crocodiles except when taxomatically. Who ate Blind's McDonald's cheeseburger? There we go. Done. Please add more words in the add word stories room. Also, Dominoc, your dwarf punched a owl into gore pile today. So, congrats. We are working on pump stacks. It's slow going, but we're working on it. What? Oh, I see. It's because I went down, not up. Yeah, pretty much, Squad. That's basically just how this goes. Does that mean you're an adult now? No, you're still a child. Just a pretty buff kid. You're 9, so give it a few more years. Because you need to be 12 to be a functioning adult. You're actually the only kid in the fort left. All the other kids grew up. You're doing pretty well. There's almost always an indie game on sale on Steam. There's actually an incredibly good Humble Bundle up right now too. If you don't have any of the games, it's got Hitman 1 and 2 in it, so you can get Hitman 1 and Hitman 2 for a very, very, very cheap price. Please tell me Cookie Clicker is the top selling game on Steam. It's the second most selling game on Steam. The new Pathfinder's #1, but Cookie Clicker is right now the #2 most selling game on Steam. I don't know why, but that makes me really happy. Watch me. I'm going to be playing Cookie Clicker while playing Dwarf Fortress soon. Although, Bastet, you might be right below Quebec, but Quebec thinks most things are right below them. That probably exists. Diamond? That probably exists. Yeah, you can. And you can also help Blind get money too if you use this link. I mean, we can pretend it has co-op. No, it doesn't have co-op. Yeah, if you use that link, you can give me money. You can get Heat Signature on the cheap and 2 Hitman games, which is a pretty good deal. It's an extremely good goddamn deal. Spring's arrived! Yeah. I don't know how co-op for Cookie Clicker would work. Wouldn't that just be screen sharing? How do you cooperatively play a clicker? I don't believe I've ever played a clicker with any kind of co-op, so. Also, Nariel died of old age. Rest in peace. Can I get some F's in chat? Double the stress injuries. I mean, if I haven't gotten repetitive strain injury from using my keyboard, I don't think I'm going to start now. All the rips, yeah. Well, not all the rips, actually. We lost more dwarves the other day. Hey, Mika. Hope you're doing well. Combine enough points to collapse the universe. I'm pretty sure they already would have done that. Because your wrist hurts? Just click less. I know that sounds silly, but get good so you don't have to click as much. Whoa! Do you see that? This dwarf is just throwing bolts everywhere. That's dangerous. Screenshotting this for Stone. Also, we've hit year 301, by the way, chat. Also, yeah, Diamond, I think that might be the longest achievement name I've ever seen. Patchwork, hello. How are you? How is things? It's a pity that human can't report a crime. So, chat, how long until someone after we finish the magma tube, how long until someone gets punched through a window and falls down? That scared the piss out of me. Thanks for using my link, Sane. Why is that one in French? Anyway, I mean, the concept of playing a clicker is you get good enough at automating it that there's no point in clicking, right? Like, if you're playing a clicker correctly, you don't actually have to click anymore. Thanks for buying a thing on Humble. I don't think anybody's bought anything on Humble with my link in like 2-3 months, so cheers. Hell of a good bundle, too. I'm gonna buy that one. Well, I mean, you come back like once every other day and click it. Yeah, no Cookie Clicker does have a speedrun community. I will never be a part of it, but it does. I just like to watch the numbers go up. I mean, what? Although my favorite clicker is Space Plan. which I should probably buy on Steam at some point. This is my favorite clicker because it has credits. Like, you can finish it. I like this description. You click cookie, you get cookie, and you get more and more and more and more forever. Forever. It's kind of great. Into the D&D clicker for a while? I got way too into Adventure Capitalist for a bit. You can consider it done when it's at 100%. I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Me, ye, me, he, D, he, says the elves. Man, now I just want to stream Cookie Clicker. What's, you know, actually, hold on. I need to find out. How many people are streaming Cookie Clicker on Steam, on Twitch right now? I need to know. There has to be at least 20. There is 4,800 people watching Cookie Clicker on Steam right now. There is a lot of people streaming Cookie Clicker. Holy shit. Huh. Cool. Yeah, most of them are Steam. One person's streaming in the wrong directory, though. That is a typo, yes. Was a bit naked in its monetization, which is why you quit the D&D clicker. Yeah, that's why I quit Adventure Capitalist too. I think I put like $3 into Adventure Capitalist, and the reason I did that was because I got the time out of it, so I felt that it was worth it. You know, it was also part of the reason why I stopped playing a lot of clickers. If I can just pay for a clicker and then be good, I'm much more interested. AFK streaming Cookie Clicker, the ultimate idle setup. I don't know about that. I don't particularly respect AFK streaming to a degree. Unless it's like an animal stream. If it's like a video game like Cookie Clicker, that's just kind of stupid in my opinion. It's just lazy. Is the actual issue that I have with that. Yeah, OnlyFans is coming back when their internet gets unfucked. And it's been fucked for a while. It's okay. We'll raid OnlyFans when they come back. We'll help them get back to the greatness that they were once at. Hey, at least it went down before they, you know, got sub button and stuff set up. You popped in the lowest buy option as you left them both. That's interesting. Your chicken life. Your chicken life makes me mad, but not because it's a bad stream. Like, it's a very good stream. But it makes me mad because it makes way more money than I do. And I can tell just by looking at like the number of emotes and shit that they have and just the weekly cheers and shit. It makes me feel like I'm completely inadequate. I sit at a chair and stream 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and somebody points fucking cameras at their chickens and makes infinitely more money than I do. you ever just feel inadequate in your life? It makes me feel inadequate. Kind of the same way I feel about, you know, those people who stream for 2 hours and just look pretty. This is true. But those chickens are just existing and not really putting in much effort. They do, however, show tail feathers sometime at the stream, and yeah, I guess I can respect that. There is also a duck. Yes, there is indeed also a duck. I, on the other hand, have this. I have a mouse. Do you not want a plushy mouse and a mug? They're working very hard. And I'll have you know, I have rubber ducks. They're on the floor, though. Anyway, yeah, that stream just makes me feel inadequate. Yeah, shoutouts to the Lego Eiffel Tower. Just bought a bunch of walnuts from the elves. I have 11,000 concurrent players. That's a lot of people. I hope that developer can just go fucking retire now. There's a pretty good interview that People Make Games did with the developer of Cookie Clicker. And it's really interesting listening to him talk about how he talks about the fact that he made Cookie Clicker. It's a lot of like, yeah, I don't really tell people about what I do. This is like, oh yeah, I make software. It's just kind of funny. It's not that I don't think he's ashamed. It's just, imagine trying to explain to people that you made Cookie Clicker, and even worse if people don't. It's pretty bad if people know what Cookie Clicker is, but it's even infinitely worse if they don't know what Cookie Clicker is. Also, I love the fact that the king is making the ballista arrow that the king needs made. It's a lot of cookies, yeah. People are probably doing an achievement race. I mean, you know that I'm going to be playing Cookie Clicker after the stream is over, right? I'm going to click a few things and then just let it run overnight. I made an Eldritch Grandmother cookie game. Yeah. I made a nightmare, and people play it. I really want Cookie Clicker to be the #1 selling game on Steam. Come on. People buy Cookie Clicker faster so that you can outsell Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Come on. I like this. I love the description of Cookie Clicker. Collect cookies and spend them and earn even more cookies. Over 600 plus upgrades. Over 500 plus achievements. Pet your dragon. Minigames. Unlock heavenly perma upgrades. Cloud saving. No more deleting cookies up by accident. Do not delete cookie by accident. I've done that before. It was awful. Music and coming soon. Create and discover and download mods with the Steam Workshop. Okay, that's enough reason to get it. That's enough reason to get it. Imagine mods on Cookie Clicker. Holy shit. Holy shit. You know, if they put that soundtrack on vinyl, I haven't even heard it. They put it on vinyl and it's a picture disc of a cookie, I'll buy it. Can I briefly explain my lava plans? It's not that complicated. I'm going to pump lava up and then I'm going to fill that green glass tube with lava. It's going to double as my lava forge, which is going to fill up this area. and I'm going to build forges here, and this is going to be where we do all of our forge work. So this is going to get filled up with lava. But it's pretty simple. I'm going to pump it all the way up to here, and then even further up, and it's just going to be my it's just going to be my lava forge, basically. This is gonna be big and fancy. Can we? Maybe not, because we are friends with the elves. Elves are friends, not sacrifices. Giants, however, we could probably figure out a way of sacrificing giants. Yeah. Ettins, maybe other things. But elves, no. Elves, unfortunately, in this instance, are friends. To a point where I don't really want to go, you know, sacrificing them to the lava gods. Yeah. But yeah, that's the brief explanation of what I'm doing, which is actually the full explanation of what I'm doing. It's not really that complicated. Elves could bring gremlin, and elves have brought us our main source of meat, which is unicorn. Where are you going, Dwarf? Oh, I see. We're on the other side of the thing and now. Okay. But yeah, no, we are not going to do anything that's going to kill elves in this fort. Perhaps in the year 1001 or something, but no, we're not going to do that. And I do have a way of draining it too, so if for some reason I would like to drain it and refill it, I can also do that, which is part of the plan. Where does the drain go? Off the side of the map. I can show you the drain. I go all the way down to here. This weird squiggly thing is my drain. It goes to the edge of the map and then will flow off the map. So I just need to pull that lever, drain in case of and it'll open this drawbridge and lava will flow over the iron mechanisms and out. What does that have to do with flat Earth? I tunneled to the edge of the map and it goes off the other side of the map. I mean, what else would you name a lever like that? A drain in case of In case of drain. I mean, my first ever emergency zone was just called or E generally. I don't have fireworks, but I do fire ballista arrows off the top of my tavern every 100 years. So we fire off 1 ballista arrow per 100 years. So 2 ballista arrows will be fired off. Side note, I have no idea how we got 97 fish. No one's fishing, so maybe one of the merchants brought us fish. I sent Hobo a DM saying, Steam Workshop mods soon for Cookie Clicker, holy fuck. And he just responds with, fuck it, we Cheesecake Clicker now. Yeah, maybe a tribute. I don't know. I didn't look at the tribute. It's all screenshotted on Discord if you want to go look. Let's pump from the east. Pump from the west. Pump from the east. Pump from the west. So it'll pump up to here. And then we can work on the rest of it, which is going to go up from here and be right there. It's going to fly through this, and then go up here this way. The problem is at some point I'm going to have to start constructing it. So once we hit here, I'm going to have to build a physical tower, which is going to go up to here. So that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. We'll probably finish that tomorrow. Or at the very least get it up to the surface tomorrow and start constructing the tower. I think I'm going to build the tower out of glass too. And then hopefully, maybe even get it done tomorrow. It depends on how time-consuming the dwarves end up being. We may or may not be able to get it done tomorrow. Which could be really cool. So hell yeah, I think. Let's just get these boulders out of here. But all right. I think that might be where we leave it off on DF for the day. Just because we are extremely lurky today, and just, you know, it's just been a quiet day in general. So we're going to try a different game for a bit and see if things pick up. If not, I might just end kind of early today. All right? So we're going to call it on Dwarfs for the day. We made really good progress on the actual pump stack, and hopefully, like I said, tomorrow we could potentially get it to the surface at the speed that we're going. I think I have enough pumps left to... I got 39 and we're on layer 40. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make more screws, but we do have enough pipes. So I basically have enough pumps to get to the surface, and then it's just a matter of finishing it at that point. All the dwarves are pretty happy. We did unfortunately lose a dwarf, two dwarves today, one to old age and one to a mysterious accident. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it and swap games. Chad, how we feeling? Can I get to a round of beers? I'm curious about how many people are listening to the stream, because like I said, we've been excessively lurky today. I'm just curious about how many people are watching the stream. You know, like when we get to the point where it's like almost 10 minutes in between messages, like at that point, I'm actually breaking my own rule right now. I actually have a personal rule, which is if the stream goes below 50 viewers, I just end the stream. Because like I'm hurting myself stats-wise to keep streaming. But, you know, if you guys are down, I'd be down to play some more Conquest of Elysium, because that game's been very enjoyable. What do you guys think? More stream, or should I just call it? Boom. What do we think, chat? How are we feeling? You think more stream, Jimmy? I could do more. I could do more. All right, we'll try some Conquest. Cookie Clicker? I'm not streaming Cookie Clicker. No thanks. No, that's for me. That's not for the stream. No, we're gonna go play Conquest of Elysium. If I wanted to stream Cookie Clicker, I would have streamed Cookie Clicker. Browsing Airbnb, where you want to go? You can play Cookie Clicker yourself. I don't need to help with that. Yeah, I almost got one of those for TwitchCon one year because it was like $20 a night. I was like, I can't resist this. I absolutely can't resist this. Also,